or buy infants from family and train them to be their apprentices, and they name them themselves. And the name of an assassin kind of gives you insight onto like the relationship that he had with his master.
Oh,
So
yeah.
his name is Rat. So you can probably guess he might not have the best the best relationship. But and throughout the series, we've met Roach and Flea and Worm. But in this book, we actually meet my favorite character I've ever written before, and his name is Swan.
Swan,
And
the
He
Warriors.
seems to have a much better. He seems to have a much better thing going on there. You
yeah,
got Flea
yeah.
and Rat and Roach, and it's like then you got Swan.
Swan
Okay,
is
I think they fixed
is
it.
the only character in the whole series that has like the honor ideals of like, you know, what you hear samurai were like. Uh, everyone's much more like assassin-y, ninja-y, you know, and he's more honor, face-to-face combat. His targets are, he usually targets other, like the contracts he takes are usually for other assassins, because other assassins are harder to be snook up on, and so that's perfect for him because he doesn't sneak. He just challenges them to a fight, and if he wins, he can collect his gold, and if he loses, well, he died in honorable combat, and that's his thing. Very interesting way. It's very interesting how his ideals kind of clash with Rat's ideals when they meet each other.
So there's a little bit of conflict going on between those two.
Yeah.
Man, I'm just loving the look of this. Oh, who's that guy?
Oh, that's
out here?
Big Sexy Chuck.
Isn't he supposed to be out here right now?
That's what. That's Chuck clone number 12, man.
I think Chuck is busy right now. He has a lot on his plate.
Well, no, I'm saying he's got, he's been manufacturing clones. He's everywhere.
Oh yeah,
Chuck is leaving.
yeah.
Like I said,
know.
I think he's up to like 12. He's probably past 12 clones, man. He's doing so much, man.
Yeah, Chuck is legion. He's everywhere. That's always been my my take on him. It's like he's in too many places.
What's great about Chuck, it's amazing. So there's a few people that I could say are like all. I'm not going to name names, but they're all over the place on indie comics, and they're ubiquitous. Everyone knows them. Everyone's friends with them. Their posts are everywhere. Their advice is everywhere, and a lot of them seem scummy or scammy or skeevy. I don't know, some SK word. Like it's I don't know. But Chuck isn't like that. He seems to be ubiquitous in a similar way to those, but he's he's honorable, he's straightforward. What you see is what you get. He's super useful
And he knows
positive.
what he's doing.
And he knows what he's doing. Yeah, his creative input on this series is invaluable.
We got Kevin. He's watching. We got Jim O'Reilly in the chat.
What's up,
We got
Jim?
Teresa Dunn in the chat. We got people
Teresa.
watching. How y'all doing tonight? So yes, Chuck and editors. I love editors. I've kind of been on a little bit of a rant about editors lately and the necessity for having an editor. Ever since that last CromCon when the power went out on me, I had an epiphany about editors and books I'm reading. So I like Chuck.
An
And
active editor like Chuck.
Yes, Chuck.
I've done things in the
Yeah.
past, and believe me, man, just because you got an editor, but
Yeah, and just because someone edits doesn't mean they are gonna give you good advice. You know, part of creating is taking advice, but you also have to know which advice not to take. You know, and how to separate ego from that, and having a really good editor that you trust, that when he gives advice, like it's coming from a place where he understands your vision. That's invaluable.
and please take the advice of your editors, man.
Yeah.
I've been on a few books, and it's like, but it's like, no, just listen, please. This is how you have to have it set. Well, at least because when I'm doing it, I usually pull in, if I'm doing it, I usually pull in like a co-editor to help out, like with the proofing and shit like that. But I'm basically making sure the story's flowing, making sure the art matches up with the story, and then doing a lot of the technical aspects of, you know, all your technical crap, like your dimensions and your formatting and all that kind of stuff, you know. Hey,
Man,
puppy.
This is
Yeah.
crazy. We're not
Luna.
getting comments from Facebook or anything, man. This whole thing is messed up, and I don't know why. This whole project.
We're streaming the Facebook. We're getting Facebook
we're
comments in the
streaming.
screen.
I'm not seeing the comments though. I'm not seeing them.
Oh, I saw a couple. I saw some love for you too. Oh, there you go. Teresa Don says, "Hiya, pops."
But if you go look in the madness, there's like 30 comments. I'm not seeing any of them.
Oh, see, you need to upgrade that computer, man.
Well, Phil, you're my backup dude. Where are you at?
Hey, I told you guys didn't. I told you guys didn't give me the levers and the buttons tonight, so you know.
The levers and buttons don't have nothing to do with what's going on in the group. It's some kind of connection to the group, and I don't know how to fix it now. That's what I'm saying. Because it's supposed to be streaming to the group. It says I'm live in the group.
Now, do you have it set to public or private? You got to watch that too.
It's in the group, dude. It's all public.
Okay, you posted directly to the group, not
shared. It goes straight to the group, but it's not showing the comments. You see what I'm saying? I'm not seeing the comments right here.
Well,
we have to watch it in the group too to see the I can't even put the comments up on the screen. They're not showing up in StreamYard. Do you get what I'm saying?
Adapt and overcome.
There's no way to show them on the screen. I don't like what's going on here, dude. I can't let people can't interact.
Well, Luna's having a good time.
You got a Luna too?
I got Luna too.
Dude, we have a black and white pit mix named Luna.
Oh wow, she's a brown and white pit mix named Luna.
That's awesome.
That's crazy. Yeah, she's part Blue Nose Pit and part Boxer Terrier, but she has a severely bad overbite that affects the way her face looks, so people can't tell she's a pit bull.
Oh yeah,
dude, that is awesome.
Yeah, she's a sweetheart. 50% this, 50% that, but 100% love bug. She's falling off the chair.
There's something really weird going on because StreamYard is like, it's an active app on the group. There's no reason it shouldn't be working. I don't get it.
Well, let me take a look at that while you talk to Connor about his stuff, man.
Well, I got to step up. We were talking about Chuck.
We don't need to worry about that. I'll check that out. Let's get Connor, let's talk about Connor's stuff, man.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
We can look at the comments like separately and just read them to me.
Yeah,
answer any questions you might have. They'll be curated now. Now there won't be any trolls popping up on the screen.
I rarely get trolls, man. Everybody likes people I bring up here. Man.
And if it is, it's somebody we know just clowning, and we know they're clowning.
Yeah. And I don't know. It's just weird. I never had this kind of problem with the destinations of the stream before.
It's the Illuminati, man.
I don't get what's going on there. I've had other issues, but I never had that issue. So, Swords and Solace, it is funded. Let's see. Let's go see what. Where do I have to go to see where the comments are? Jeez.
Don't worry about the comments.
They're on my page.
I'm pulling that up. I'll just read them off as they come through, dude.
This is so weird. Oh, well. Hi, Dustin. He just popped in to say hello. We had Elisa Holtz. She said, it's tequila and whiskey for me. I like the tequila part, but whiskey.
I like the whiskey part.
Whiskey, 10 foot tall and bulletproof, man. You know, probably not a good look.
Whiskey's for me. I like the good old classic JMO. I'm not really much of a drinker at all, but that's usually what I'm going to drink if I drink.
All right, Marseille Phillips is in the chat. Hi, Marseille. William Pace said he ordered the sketchbook edition after you were on Creators Outlet.
Yes, he also ordered the first 2 sketchbook editions in the last campaign. So appreciate the support.
He also wants to know, Phil, where's those pages?
What pages?
He said, Phil, he wants to know.
Oh.
Yeah, like he's thinking he's the editor now and stuff, man. I'm waiting for him and Roland to have an arena match, you know, like old school, like Captain Kirk in the Gorn, man.
Yeah.
Someone just commented. Someone just commented saying they can see us on YouTube.
Yeah, that's
it's on YouTube. It's on the.
Yeah, it's going everywhere. It's like I said, I just can't see the comments coming from Facebook because for some reason it was going to my personal page again instead of YouTube earlier. So I changed it. So hopefully now, you know, everybody in the madness can comment and everybody on YouTube can comment. It was just one of those things. I don't know why it was going to my personal page again. I definitely didn't set it up that way. I don't know what's going on.
It's the reptilians, man. It's the reptilians.
there might be default settings in StreamYard that I don't know about, or who freaking knows, man.
It all boils down to them trying to get our information.
Pretty much.
Information.
But you know, I mean, they can get all the Pop's information they want. Pop's They can have all Pop Van Zant's information. He exists in post-apocalyptic New Orleans. You just got to go find him at Pop's bar. He's waiting there for you. He's a comic book character.
So who all we got going on this book here, man?
Just me, Adigan, and Chuck. I'm the writer. Adigan Ilhan is the artist.
Amazing artist.
It makes things a lot smoother, doesn't it? Smaller teams are always less hassle, dude.
Yeah, me and Adigan. It's usually just me and Adigan, and then I had a personal buddy who's always been so supportive. Edit the last book. He's just someone. He's not an editor, but he's just someone I really trusted. I know that he understands good story, and I know that his feedback is always going to be coming from a good place. So. But I wanted to step it up and hire a comic book editor for the second series that we did together, and that's where Chuck came in.
Yeah, well, you made a good choice, man.
Yeah,
I'm sure. And it's cool to always have people that can help out, man. And I find that a lot in the comics community, man. Is everybody that's been doing it a minute, they're pretty willing to help people out, man. When if they got a question or hey, you want to take a look through this and see what you think. Yeah, there's a lot of helpful people out there in the community, but
just don't look for feedback on Reddit.
Reddit, Reddit, nah. Yeah,
I'm a big Redditor, but man, like when it comes to comic creating, I wouldn't go to those subs for feedback.
I wouldn't think Reddit would be the spot for that too much, man. That'd be more like if you want to just deal with a bunch of drama or something,
Yeah, like there's people that'll just like tear it down just because, or there's people that like they feel like there can only be a certain amount of people with success. So when they see someone else reaching a certain amount of success, they feel like it takes them down, so they have to try and drag them down too. It's just it's much better on Facebook where everyone has to give their name.
Yeah, hey, exactly. What's that?
Hey, Phil, did you send your buddy Frank the link?
Yeah.
Okay, just checking.
Shit, you won't catch me slipping, man.
Okay, well, just checking because
all I know is last I talked to him, he's dropping his wife off at her car and then going to be back, and that was a little while ago, so he should be all good. Okay, so we're good. All right, I just wanted to make sure he got the message. I didn't want him losing out on his minutes or whatever. Yeah,
let's watch this video then. What do you think?
Oh,
boy. Roll that footage.
Huh? Let's watch the video.
Casual. Um, My name is Connor Bartel, and with the help of my artistic collaborator, Ivan Ilhan, we're launching our sixth Kickstarter, which is for Swords and Sauce. Swords and Sauce is the end of a trilogy. It's a character study of rap, a well-known assassin who moves to earn his freedom from his oppressive assassin skills. He becomes a legend as he cuts down every single killer that they send his way. Even though he surprisingly busy between him and guilt at this point in the story, he still hasn't found peace. Now he knows that peace isn't just something he needs to achieve for himself, but something he needs to teach for the next generation. During this campaign, you're going to be able to get all three entries in the trilogy, and just get the editions with all kinds of extra artwork, pages, and the script in the back. And that's available for all three entries as well. Also, you're going to be able to get our last book, the Crafting Edition, without one from anything else. We have some other special awards if you want to look at it. Look at beautiful background, inspired by classic Japanese cinema, particularly in Kira Solid. All three entries in the series come out with a fantastic 76-page story that's perfect for fans of classic Japanese cinema. Abigail and I are really excited to finally put it into the second series that we've done together, and we're really proud of this series. If all this sounds like your thing, please go down below and check out to see what we have to offer. Thanks for checking out our Kickstarter campaign. We hope you love the book. All right, I think that's it.
You look all shy while you're doing that, dude.
Yeah, I find that like putting a candid moment at the beginning, a candid moment at the end, makes me feel less self-conscious about the middle.
Hey, I love it. I think it looks great personally, but that's just because it's one of those genres that I have an affinity for. You know.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, my katanas are right up over there.
Yeah, when I was younger, I had a sword collection too that I ended up leaving at my parents' house. I don't know where it is now.
I used to have about 30 on the wall. I've only got a couple left now.
Oh, I only made it to like 7.
I had all kinds of. It was fun.
Yeah. The Samurai Trilogy's been getting a lot of love lately, you know, and we it's more inspired by like classic like Kurosawa films, you know, but lately I was getting into Ghost of Tsushima like crazy, and I felt like that even though like our story started when Ghost of Tsushima was like just starting development, I feel like the story has a lot of parallels. Like Rat and Jin from that game have a lot of parallels, and so I really enjoyed Ghost of Tsushima.
Oh yeah. That unfortunately I don't do console, so I haven't got a chance to play that one. But what was the other one? The one that was on PC and consoles not long ago, along the same.
Oh, Sekiro.
Yeah, Sekiro. That one. Now.
Yeah, I played that too. Oh, I'm like halfway through, and it's like kicking my ass.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can finish it, man.
Pretty Dark Souls like, man. It's pretty close, man, on that.
That whole Soul series is it's too much for me, man. I'm trying. I've tried Bloodborne, but I've given Dark Souls and Sekiro honest tries, and Sekiro is the one I've got the furthest in because I've heard it's the easiest, but still too freaking hard for me.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I haven't had much of a chance to even game lately, man.
What have you been doing? It's COVID.
Oh,
quarantine.
Well, I've been making books, man. Working on colors, doing a formatting, editing job, doing a voiceover. Here's a new one that was weird that I got hit up with. I am designing a label, an old school like pre-prohibition label for a double barrel bourbon for somebody.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm staying pretty busy, man. And shows. Show last night, show right now, show later tonight.
Man, I thought I was busy.
Yeah, it's just the way things turn out. Hey, Bill, now if Frank don't show up in time, we just have to get him out again later.
Well, I just hit him up. We'll see what's up.
You know,
hear back from him.
Cause we got Gene coming out at 9, and then from 9:30 on, we're good. Michael Oden's gonna come out about 10, but you know, I mean.
And who knows? He's West Coast, and he kind of still getting used to the time zone differences. But I think I gave them the proper times. They're like 3 hours behind us.
Right. Well, what I was going to say is if he can't be ready till 9:30, that works too.
Oh, okay.
You know, I don't know what your schedule looks like, but
Me, I can just work in, I've already got Photoshop pulled up, man. I can keep working while we're doing stuff, man.
you said you had another show to do.
That's later, man.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying. So yeah, I'd really like to get Kevin to bring his ass out here and talk for a minute, but I don't know what he's doing. Because he's kind of had a lot to do with where you're at right now. He was really excited last night when
Yeah. He's been with me every step of the way on this campaign. I wish I had him for my previous ones.
I mean, I'm sending him a link, see if he wants to come out for a minute since Frank's late.
Yeah, go ahead.
Right.
I'm gonna hit him up again, man. I'm gonna duck out for just a minute, guys.
All right. But yeah, man, it's like I've been having a blast. I've had some people sending me, PDFs of their book, and I've been checking out some stuff. And
Oh yeah, I'll send you a PDF for the first two.
I wasn't.
Yeah. Oh no. I usually like to. I haven't been doing it that much this time because Kevin's the one that's been setting these up. So I lately, usually when I like hit up the shows and I set them up, I'll send them links to the finished book so we can talk about them. But it's just things been going different this time,
Yeah, well, I mean, it's like I'm not a fan of PDFs personally. It's like I just gotta have it in my hands.
It's hard for me to focus on the art if I read it digitally.
It's just I scroll all day. That's not how I want to read my books.
Yeah. Have you ever used Comixology though?
Well, I mean, I've checked out all of it. It's like
Comixology on the phone is actually pretty nice. It controls the pacing of your story in a really interesting way that I still prefer reading it physically, but it is like a different experience than any other way to read it.
Let me give you a little insight into Pop's world. I don't use a cell phone.
Oh, okay.
Cell phone, what's that?
Okay,
boomer.
I got one a few months ago because my son was getting married. I had to leave town to go to the wedding, and I had one because my con was going on that weekend. So I got a phone that weekend just so I could pay attention, keep track of what was going on, pay attention. Because this guy Bill was they were running the show. I wasn't even here.
Yeah.
That's the only reason I got a cell phone was for that weekend. I haven't. It's like I let it turn off. I haven't messed with it since. It's like I'm not a cell phone guy. I leave the house. I consider a cell phone a leash.
Yeah.
I leave the house. I'm on my time. You can leave a message on the house phone. I'll get back to you when I get, or you leave a message on Facebook or whatever, and I'll get back to you when I get home. But when I go to the golf course or wherever, that's my time.
Going out? What's that, man? I'm a comic
artist.
I have no idea.
Are you talking about the before times?
Yeah, the before and far away times. Yeah.
Yeah, the way before time. No, look, supposedly we're allowed to again. Whitmer's just letting all the rules up. We're allowed to go out and eat again and everything. It's like it's a miracle.
All right.
Everybody's talking about that, and even before last year, I was like, "What? I gotta stay home. I'm always home anyhow."
Yeah. I mean,
I'm really stuck behind a screen, man.
Really, I live way out in the boonies. I don't go to many places other than to the lake or to the golf course or anything anyway. So look at that.
I was born and raised kind of out in the boonies in a way.
I love the boonies.
Who's that, man?
Hey, Kevin. There you go.
Yeah, put that ink marketing up because now we can't see the banner.
There's always a way.
Always a way to get the word out. I used to always say I'm gonna tattoo the words "I'm just the writer" on my forehead, so people stop asking me about the art of asking me about how I did the art of the book.
Yeah, there you go. Just the writer. That's great. That'd be a perfect tattoo.
Yeah.
How do you feel about the hashing and the feathering on the line work, man? No, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
I'm kidding.
I mean, I can go all day about Adigan's art for sure. It's just not going to be what a lot of people want because it's not my art. Like a lot of people, like at conventions, people come up to me and I'll explicitly say I'm the writer and I have an artistic collaborator, and then at the end of the conversation, you'd be like, "Well, you're a really fantastic artist." And I'm like,
and you tell him, "No, I'm a fantastic creative.
I'm just the writer. Sorry."
In my head, but I got to give them to somebody else so they can give them to you.
You wouldn't look at the book if I drew it.
Yeah.
There's a story out there with Samuel L. Jackson often gets confused with Lawrence Fishburne. And Samuel L. Jackson now has a shirt that says, "I am not Lawrence Fishburne."
How do you confuse those two?
It does not say. It says, "I'm not Lawrence Fishburne." MFers.
Yeah, there's the rest of it. Yeah.
Say, Lawrence.
I don't even know how you could ever confuse Samuel L. Jackson with anyone. He's like he's the most prolific actor ever.
That shirt should say Lawrence one more time.
Say what? One more time.
No, but the doing good. I had actually did a bunch of shares of this podcast out to, it's probably in 8 or 10 different podcast networks right now. And then
I'm not surprised.
Shared it round robin, and then I had just sat down to grab something to eat. So I'm probably not in good with the missus right now. So
the architect there in the room with the millions of monitors.
Oh,
with
yeah.
everybody's little matrix life going on.
It's like landing a plane around here. I'm surrounded. It's a cockpit of different screens. There's there's 4 screens around me right now.
Kevin and I have that time zone thing going on where he's over there, in the West, and I'm over here in the East, and it's like he'll send me messages that I don't get until I get up at 7 or 8 when the kids get up, right? Eastern time. And I'll go to respond, not even thinking about the fact that it's only 4 or 5 his time.
Yeah.
Oh, Kevin's a night owl.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, I am too, but he sends me messages after I go to sleep that I respond to as soon as I wake up, not thinking that he ain't up.
Yeah. And I'll respond
He's
to it
always
when I
up,
can get
man.
them. So.
Yeah, to me, emails, texts, calls, or not emails, texts, and messages like that, they can come at any time, any day, because I can they're not gonna keep me up. Calls, you gotta be at an appropriate time of the day.
That's why I don't have that cell phone. I don't have to worry about them calls.
Man, well, if you had my job, you'd need a phone.
No, see, I just use this for that too. Okay, I use Facebook.
There we go.
Phone calls, video conferencing, all I just use it for all that, That's what I mean. To me, a phone is kind of redundant. If I have a landline and a computer, having a cell phone is kind of redundant. That's just like tying myself to the digital thing all the time.
I'm going to tell off on ourselves because we only have a landline in the house when we lose the cell phones. So that's pretty much what that's for.
Well, what's a landline? I'm just kidding.
Yeah, exactly.
And far away, Connor, there was this thing, It was like
you talking about that thing my parents had?
Yeah, it's that thing. It's like it even had there was this thing called a dial. You had to turn it. You turned it. You put a finger in a hole and you.
Oh, kind of like how you turn a phone sideways and the screen goes sideways like that.
Yeah.
You like how you rotate a smartphone? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
See, it's wired to the wall. You couldn't unplug it and go anywhere.
Any scary movie
there by the wall.
There we go. Any scary movie, you die because you couldn't dial 911 because you'd be at 9. You'd be gone.
And and you're about breaking the dial because you're trying to make it go faster.
Zero, remember? It was just
How many megapixels does that rotary phone have on its camera?
half a pixel.
Wow.
It had a touchpad by it.
My nephew was telling me
0.000 bits, man.
My nephew was telling me that he was enjoying Pokemon Let's Go on the Switch. I was like, oh, I have a Game Boy Color with the original Pokemon Yellow, and he was loving Pokemon. I was like, I'm gonna send that to you, and you're gonna really love it. You're gonna enjoy it. And he was really excited. He's like, don't forget to send the charger. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry, kid. You need AA batteries. You know those things that go on your TV remotes.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm just now getting around to hitting the share button a little bit too, because I don't know what was going on with this thing earlier.
Well, I was having a hard time finding it within Facebook, so I ended up having it was weird, but it seems to be okay now.
It was going to my page instead of the group, and it wasn't going to YouTube at all. And it's like all the settings got like screwed up in StreamYard, and it's like I didn't do that.
Oh, boomers!
It's like I have 2 places that it goes, and it's always gone there.
Well, tell us a little bit more about some of the different things going on, Connor. I know that the new Prince out. I saw that was released, and I've got that circulating out now.
Yeah, so Facebook, or not Facebook, Kickstarter, before you had to kind of handle add-ons like through messages and the self-notes. Like people would have to message you saying they wanted to add something on. But now Kickstarter has this new feature in beta where they have add-ons as like a native feature to the system, where people can, after pledging, can add on things that you did. And I wanted to be a part of that, so I sent them a request to be like a beta tester for that, and they allowed me to. So now we got an add-on to the Kickstarter campaign, and it's just a art print bundle of 3 prints. One of them is of the cover. They're 11 inches by 17 inches. One of them is the cover, and then the other 2 are actually splash pages from part 1 and 2 that have been colored.
So they hit you up with it's a beta for that. There wasn't an extra charge on that.
No, it was they have when you're creating rewards on Kickstarter, they have a little button that says add-ons, but it's grayed out, and if you put the mouse over it, it says contact this email if you'd like to be part of the new beta for add-ons.
Oh, cool.
And so I did that, and they approved me, and so I now one of the Kickstarters with add-ons. I only got one add-on. I didn't want to go too crazy, That stuff adds complication to the fulfillment process.
Yeah.
And it's not like I have a third party that does fulfillment for me because I live in Alaska, so getting the books printed and shipped here and shipped out would be hard. So, but it's hard for me. I try my best in most simple terms to organize everything in the email and be like, these backers need this, and these backers need this, and these backers need this. But there's always mistakes, and there's always and specifically the people asking for add-ons, it gets really
the less really mess in your fulfillment, the better on you, man.
Yeah.
I always picture Connor when I think about where Connor lives. I think about the movie Reverend. I think about this,
what movie?
The movie Reverend with Leonardo DiCaprio.
Revenant.
Way off in the woods, and
You wrestled any grizzlies yet, Connor?
That's what I think in my mind. Because my wife and I were watching some Discovery Channel stuff last night, and that's like, that's pretty much probably where he lives, because it was flying over Alaska, and there's all the woods and the creeks.
Well, that's actually where I was born. I still live in Alaska, but now I live in the biggest city in Alaska, pretty much the only city besides another one. I kind of live your typical urban life now.
Okay,
but
you're ruining it for me, man. You're ruining it.
Yeah, well, I was born and raised in a situation that was almost kind of like a homestead situation,
Okay.
My dad built our house himself. We had a 10-acre property, and that's just full of trees. And for a large portion of that time, we were living on firewood, which all of us kids helped chop and collect, and so we had a little bit of lumberjack in there. In the summer,
lumberjack.
Yeah, hey, it's a lumberjack and I'm okay. Work all night and I sleep all day.
Yeah.
There's a friend of mine I was working with in another project that he had married a woman that was from there, and in her dowry was, I forget how big the island is, but she passed away not too long ago. So he owns an island off the coast of Alaska, like his very own island.
Oh, jeez.
Take a plane
Oh, wow.
out to it and stuff. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Did he tell you where it was?
I have to look up the location again, but I'll send it to you.
Yeah, that'd be interesting.
Yeah, he has
Watch
his
out
own.
where those huskies go, and don't you eat that yellow snow.
But I was
That's old school.
Thank you, John.
There's a guy called Zappa, Connor, man. There's this guy called Frank Zappa back in the day.
His kids are what? Moon Unit's one of them. What's the other one? It's
Dweezil.
Moon Unit. Yes,
Dweezil.
Dweezil. Moon Unit. Moon Unit's the girl.
Yeah.
It's the Dweezil Zappa. Now look, I'm all for cool names, but Dweezil?
Yeah, his parents
how
never
Frank-
gave him a chance.
You know how Frank was? Frank was on another plane, man.
Yeah.
Oh, he was in the fourth dimension. There's no doubt.
I'd much rather be a girl named Moon Unit than a dude named Dweezil, all right? I don't care what your last name is. And
Well,
that's
tell them kind of what's the next stretch goal for you, and what will they get with that next stretch goal for you?
Yeah, we were just talking about Stephen Koch has a black and white sci-fi graphic novel called Terra Olympus. I think I'm pronouncing that right. I was a backer for it myself, and we're offering it a digital copy to every single backer if we reach $4,000. And then after that, we'll see where we go from there.
Oh yeah.
well, we threw the suggestion at him, Kevin, about backer goals or
Gotcha.
backer rewards.
Yeah, and I like that idea. Instead of doing it like based off $4,000, maybe the next stretch goal we should do it based off how many backers.
Okay, so yeah, backers is another good way to
You do
go. Always announcing there's kind of milestone backers, right?
Yeah,
you know,
you do
100, 250, 500. When you hit those milestones, it's always good to kind of give back some love for those.
Well,
That's
see,
a great
The
idea.
milestones I like to point out are when so like once we reach 156 backers, we just beat our first campaign in the amount of backers. And
there
then
you go.
172, we just beat our second campaign.
There you
And
go. There you go.
And then 192 and 210, and they're not that far away from each other as far as backer
perfect,
stretch
though.
goals. But what's great about those milestones is that they're typically I reached them in the middle of the slump, and the milestones were all close together. So getting those milestones close together it's more like an instantly obtainable goal that's good for backers trying to share it, plus my own psych of I'm reaching these goals quick,
Yeah.
So that's I really like a lot of these backers have been with me since the beginning, and so it kind of puts them in on the journey because they're like, man, I remember when I backed his first campaign, it was only 156 backers, so I really enjoy that. Like, so I mean, I doubt they're watching this now, but some of the like usernames, like I got this guy named Aces of Death in there who's been backing since the beginning. He was like my third backer ever, and he just started this huge discussion in the comment section of my first campaign. So I had like a bunch of comments in my first campaign, and like that helped a lot. And he's just been there since the beginning. He's I don't even know his guy. I don't even know his name, but he's been there since the beginning, being one of my first backers every time.
He needs a T-shirt that says "Backer number 3."
Yeah, dude, that's for real. I want to get him. I almost want to get him that. Like, it's pretty interesting. There's a few other ones like G Mark and I doubt they're watching this. I don't think I got them on Facebook. Although backers do tend to add me on Facebook sometimes. So
Okay. Yeah, definitely.
I enjoy that a lot.
We're at 123 backers right now. So yeah, we'll
1, 2, 3. Yep.
Yep, that first backer goal will be pretty a pretty good milestone to hit and give some love back
I
to
believe it's 156 backers is where my first campaign was at. So that's always exciting. And like I said, my goal with each campaign is to always try and outdo the last. So
exactly.
Or else I'm just feeling stagnant.
Yeah, just building up that fan base, man.
Exactly, and what we always call it is that's your ideal market right there, because your fan base is your ideal, and we're talking about always getting rings outside of that. And
Yep.
once you do that, you put those back in the ideal center, and then you keep building from there. So each one builds out from there. So we should definitely do something big for the 157th backer, and you know, and then like I said, just keep building it from there.
I actually did a little bit of research into my previous campaigns today, and we are on track to beat our most backed campaign, and we're on track to beat our most funded campaign in this one campaign. So, because my most backed campaign and my most funded campaign are two different campaigns.
Right.
So hopefully that's going to change, and that's going to be this campaign at the end.
There you go. Well, and we had that same discussion with Monty Michael Moore here a little while back, because the art book campaign for him was very pivotal when we did Montage, because that one, he was really curious as to what could be done with an art book, and that one broke records in both the amount of money in an art book and the amount of backers overall for an art book. So he was pretty happy with that, and it got in the top 20 illustration projects for Kickstarter as a whole.
Oh, wow.
So it's always good to have those goals out there and just shoot for them, and aim high and go for it.
I don't think I've told anyone this, but I'm actually like kind of low key working on my own art book right now too.
Oh, nice.
It's definitely a much different process and a much different marketing plan. I call them solutions more than plans.
That's actually, I have no idea how to tackle marketing.
We can talk about that. We'll get this one knocked out of the park, and then we'll worry about that one. But it's a much different sell. It's a much different, a lot of different functionality behind it. A lot of gears are different. Market's different. How to build it's different. How to fund it's different. Everything's different about it.
But there is going to be a little bit of overlap with my current fan base, because have you guys ever heard of Miyamoto Musashi?
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's pronounced like the Dokuro or something like that, but it's the 21 ways of walking alone. And it's just like a pretty much list of like 21 like ways to live your life by, and like things to strive for. And I want to do
kind of like what they call them. There's a name they use for them.
They're almost like commandments in the way they're phrased.
Right, but there's I can't say on the tip of my tongue. There's another word they call it. Not ancient Chinese proverb, but there's another name.
A precept or something like that.
Mantras.
Yeah, they're like mantras too. Yeah, but so I wanted to do an art piece for each way of walking alone, and I think I got 6 down out of 21, so I got some way to go.
A good start though, man.
Well, yeah,
hell yeah.
Yeah, they're all like they're all vector illustrated, and playing with like silhouettes and shadows in vectors.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
And landscapes and a lot too.
Yeah, I love some of the landscape stuff you put together that we've used in the ads. So that's been
actually some of the art that we're using in the ads are actually from that project. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Connor, as always, it's great talking to you, brother. As always, Kevin.
All right.
As always.
Hey.
Getting ready to pull our next guest in here. I've never met this young lady before. I have read her book.
Hold it, before you go there, let's Connor, where can everybody find you, man?
Oh, on Twitter and Instagram, you can find me at Connor_Bartel. You got the URL bar down there. You can also just look me up on
a link tree for Connor.
Also, Kickstarter.com/profiles. Oh yeah, there's my link tree. But Kickstarter.com/profile/Connor. It will just bring you straight to my Kickstarter profile if you want to check out the campaign there. It's an easy way to verbalize it.
And like I say to everybody, you can find him in the madness. He's in the madness.
I'm stuck in the madness. I'm right in the midst of the madness.
You don't have to go look anywhere else. You can find him in the madness. That's what I do. Connor, great to see you, brother.
Thank you very much. Had a good time.
Good talking with you, man.
You bet.
All right. Kevin, thanks for having me, guys.
And now, Phil, I've never met this young lady. I don't know if you have or not, but I'm going to go ahead and bring her out and let her introduce herself. And
Hi, how you guys
hello,
doing?
Hello.
how you
Hi,
doing?
I'm doing great. Today's been a busy day.
Oh
Uh,
yeah, I hear that.
Mhm.
yeah, imagine you're teaching your students, giving them a test, and you're promoting at the same time your Kickstarter. That was very
Oh,
tiring. At the
Oh
same
yeah.
time, yeah.
well,
How
I
you,
I ran into you. We actually encountered each other on the same tweet. Somebody pointed out me to you, and somebody pointed out you to me, kind of at the same time, and it was like, oh yeah, you got to be on the show. You
yeah, it
know,
was like magic.
yeah. We talked for a minute, and then she sent me a copy of book two, and
Yes,
oh my god, yeah. Um,
thank you.
oh yeah. I'm really looking forward to where this goes. If you want to go ahead and tell everybody about it, I will go ahead and share it up here.
Well,
Um,
okay, cool.
go ahead and introduce yourself and tell everybody about this beautiful book.
Thank you. My name is Dorothy Jean. I created Spirit's Destiny as one of my first issues that I started working on. The reason why I started this issue is because of my son. And I wanted to create an issue that represents me because there's not a lot of Haitian female superheroes. And on the brink of writing this comic book, I wrote it after the Haiti earthquake. You know, they were still rebuilding. They had a lot going on. I had family over there. So I'm like, let me, bring out my creativity and then start working on something. Around that time, I was in FAU studying multimedia studies. So I was learning how to write scripts. So I developed this character, Spirit, based on my persona when I was a teenager. So she's very rebellious, spunky, outspoken. So I wanted to actually base her persona based on some of the crazy things that I've did, but in an animated version, like what I would envision with how I would do things. So once I created her, the people of Haiti had liked it. You know, I had donated to some books to some schools, and hopefully I could do it again this year. And I want to continue investing in my culture. You know, because I'm very infatuated with my culture. Because the next issue after this issue, I'm actually bringing in history about the one of Haiti's most corrupted presidents, Papa Doc. So I want to educate people about my culture and also teach you guys how to speak some Creole.
That's
Oh
awesome.
cool.
That's awesome. I'm
Yeah,
just the fact that you said that it's like I want to educate people about the history of where I'm from. That's awesome. Okay,
thank
because you got to admit, I mean, Haitian's not. It's not exactly like the headline news all the time.
no.
We don't get a lot, and even and a lot of what we did hear about after the earthquake was stuff was more about the people that were not sending the money there, or
Mm-hmm.
it was about the stuff that was bad about it. You
Yep.
didn't hear about anything good. It was like, come on, man, somebody please be helping these people, you know.
Yeah. I want to bring the good, that's what the media do. They always bring, they bring the bad because that's what's going to sell. That's what's going to get the views. So I want to bring in the good, but I still have to, show the bad and show that
Right.
there's a light to the tunnel because nothing's
But yeah,
perfect
I
wherever we
mean,
live.
Yeah.
it's like I said, you want to do educate people about that history there, so
Yes,
that they understand why things might be the way they are today.
exactly.
It's like
Exactly.
there you go. We learn from history, people. We cannot erase history. This young
Exactly.
lady gets it, man. You have to talk about it so
I'm
we
a world
learn from
history
it.
teacher. I'm a world history teacher, so that makes
Oh,
it.
great.
That's awesome. That's
And I'm
awesome.
learning every single day. I'm educating my students on. I don't teach civics, but I teach them. They know more about politics than most people. But they're learning about war history right now. We're learning about the Chinese civilization. So there's that. I'm educating them, trying to make it fun, and that's why I'm implementing that in the comic book. I even have built a universe with different diverse group of heroes. I'm actually working on my son. He's special needs, so I'm working on a comic book based on him as a superhero. I've worked with kids with autism. So I want to just continue building the universe to show representation of everyone.
Right, right. And
Yes.
so you set your goal at 6 grand, and you're over halfway there, and you still got plenty of time. We're gonna help you get there. That's what I do.
Thank
That
you.
that's what the madness is about. It's about networking. It's about promotion, and that's what we want. We want all you guys to get funded and to succeed and to be able to go on to the stretch goals or backer rewards or whatever comes after that funding plateau. You know,
Yes.
I love to see you guys happy and talking about stretch goals and stuff. So
I
yes, we will
I have a
definitely be helping out on this.
Yeah, I made a 6 grand because I remastered issue one. My editor is Greg Elise. He's one of the top. He won several awards as a indie creator, and he was like, "You need to do issue one over." I'm like, "Yeah, I know." So I did issue one over. I had got Sean Hill. He works for DC and Marvel to do the cover, and
Nice.
then I got as you can see the cover that I gave you for issue two. That's Anthony
Mhm.
Piper. He also worked for my DC and Marvel, and the biggest artist, the legendary artist that I got was Larry Stronham, and he was for issue three right there. He was the hardest to get because he's always busy. He's always on high demand. So when he did that for me, he was like, "Dorothy, I know I owe you something." I'm like, "Yeah, well, whenever you're ready." He sent me the pencil and inks within 2 days. He said, "Here you go." I'm like, "Dude."
Wow,
I'm like, "You working for all these companies and you had time to just do this for me?" And he did it, and I was pleased, and I loved it.
that's awesome.
Yeah,
Thank you,
it's
sir. Thank you,
yeah,
Mr. Strowman. We dig that. Yes.
it's amazing when you be able to work with these people, and they work with all the big publishers, and they give you time to work with the small folks. So I was very pleased. This was done by my old artist Julie Anderson, and she drew this. She did a real good job.
That's
I
amazing.
Yes, she's a great artist. Yeah, that's Anthony Piper right there. His cover. That man is always busy. Right now, he's working on his own animation. He's pitching his animated series. So I love the way he works. It was hard to get in touch with him too because he's always busy. He's working with Marvel and DC, and it's like, dude. So it took a while for me to get that from him, but I was pleased.
Is it fun? Are you having fun?
Of course,
All
creating
right.
is fun. Creating is fun.
Oh
I
yeah.
appreciate it.
No, see, I can. There's some people that you interview and they're pretty flat.
They're flat.
They're
Nah.
flat. You know what I mean? It's like and then there's people that you can tell are totally passionate, totally happy about what they're doing, and it's like, yes, I love interviewing people that are happy about what they're doing. It makes it so much easier for me. Like after the fact, now when I go out and promote this book and tell people about this book, I get to be excited about it because you're excited about
Exactly.
it.
Like
You see
people
what I
gotta
mean?
humble. Yeah, people gotta humble themselves because you didn't have to take out your time to contact them and try to promote them. I'm very humble about it because you didn't have to do this, but you did. You took around your time out to read my book. Especially you're busy because I see you got a lot of books behind you right there. A lot of like
That's the wall. That's about, I don't know, a third of my signed books,
the third.
just
Wow,
the signed ones.
dude,
Okay, 'cause
I have a box of comics I haven't been opened yet. Like I'm always busy. It's either work or motherhood. So I'm like, today I lock myself in my room and I'm gonna read these comics. Like I haven't even read Fourth Sector yet, and I'm so upset about it. I'm like, dude, I gotta really read these comics. But every time I read the comic, I get so tired, and hopefully I'll go read it at work.
well, it's like I have this corner that you can't see over here is all the original art on these walls, and I got filing cabinets, I got boxes, I got boxes. I mean, this whole wall is lined three shelves of the customized boxes, the ones with the actual pictures on them. There's Deadpool right there.
I'm trying to get on your level. I'm trying.
it's
Really, I'm trying to get
I
on your
started
level.
collecting so long ago, and this is like my fourth collection. I've lost everything a few times in my life. This is like my fourth time. Okay, so
And you just keep reading up. I'm trying to get my son on that. Like he's a big Batman's fan. I don't really Batman's okay, but he's a big Batman's fan. So I just buy him a lot of Batman's comics.
hi
And
Trish.
yeah.
Trish is
So
a super backer. Trish is a super backer.
Oh
Her and her
yeah,
husband Mike, they back a lot of projects. So
Trish
when
is
they're coming out,
everywhere,
checking
man.
me out, you never know what can happen over there for sure. Um,
yeah.
there's the Ace. What's going on, Ace? You bet.
Like oh he's launching a Kickstarter as well. Oh awesome.
Yeah.
Like
Hey Trish.
I got I became a super backer last year. They just sent me an email. I'm like, oh, okay. I don't even know. I just be backing. That's what I would just be backing. If I like it, I'm like, I just back it, because people support you, you gotta support them as well. You don't know how far they're gonna get.
Well,
That's
see,
how I see it.
I'm a pretty broke dude. Okay, like most of this that you see is stuff that was either given to me or a lot of it my son bought. A lot of the actual comics are his. Like probably 2/3 of them are his, as opposed to a third of them being mine. He's a big collector too. He just doesn't come out here and do what I do. You know,
He's, he spoils
I,
you.
well, yeah, he spoils me. I spoiled him when he was little. Now he spoils me when he's big.
Yeah.
I'm lucky. I get to read them as I'm working on them.
Well, see, and this is what's happening now. It's like now a lot of people are sending, like Dorothy said, they're sending me their PDFs, and I'm getting to actually read them ahead of time, and then I get to come out here and talk with them about it. One of the things I really loved about her book is the scene shifts. Okay,
Oh
and
yeah.
when you read the book, you'll understand what I'm talking about. But our characters going back and forth
Yeah.
between different things going on, and it's like at first you go, huh, and then you realize, okay, now we're going back and forth. And as soon as you realize that this is what she's experiencing in, like, let's say, two different dimensions, so to speak, it's a trip, man. And it's like, yeah, and then she ended it the way you expect a comic book to end, leaving you wanting more.
Exactly.
Okay, so,
Exactly. I
I
learned.
mean, it was really nice.
Yep. Even Jim wants more. He says, "What's the project up?" He just came
That's
in.
what we're talking about. It's on the ticker right there. On the ticker right there, Jim. It's Spirits of Destiny. Spirits of Destiny, and I got to read book two, Jim, and I'm gonna tell you, it's it's awesome, dude. It's
I had
awesome.
to I had to learn a lot about writing. I read a lot of books. I read a lot of comics before I even started writing comics. And I was like, okay, maybe I should do it this way and that way. I wanted to write in a certain way, like my way. I never wrote outlines, but I never wrote outlines. But when I got to issue two, I had to write an outline. I had to figure out like how I was going to end it. So and then because when I was in film school, they told me that I'm a procrastinator and I'm just unorganized. So I'm like, okay, this issue I gotta be more organized. So I organized everything. So the next issue I did the same. Like I'm up to issue five, but I've been out for so long. I'm like I need to pace myself. So I paced myself. I remastered issue one, three, one, two, and three, and I'm like, okay, I'm at that level now because I even came out with another series, Nia Kaler, and it was based on my best friend, and it did good on Kickstarter. So and I like the reviews that I've got. But at the end of the day, as a creative, I never want to be comfortable. Like if somebody is not satisfied with something, I can take feedback because I'm a big girl. I can take criticism. So
Right.
I'm always trying to get better.
And see, and that's all. That's what as a fan, you know, I love watching people's progression. Like if you look at the beginning of Simonson's Thor run, and then you look at the end of the Simonson's Thor run, you see his progression through them. I don't know
Yeah.
what there was a lot of books in there, but you see his progression as a writer, as an artist. The whole thing. And now I'm looking at all these indie people, and I'm not paying so much attention to the big two anymore. And I'm watching all you guys progress and get better and get better, and your stories get more intense, have more depth, and this is way more fun. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, this is way more fun watching all these indie creators breaking in with all the new characters, the new universes, the new storylines, as opposed to the two or three that we've been stuck in for 50 years.
Yep. And we don't have limitations. That's the best thing about being indie. You do whatever you want. But you just gotta have the best creative team. I work with several different editors. Like I don't like to work with the same editor because every editor brings something different. It complements your creativity. So I'm down with it. Like, I have other series I need to work on. I got a series based on a guy named Makandal, and I literally hired another male writer because I can't write from a male perspective. So I'm like, yo, I need help with this. So so he helped me write it. I could write a woman, but I'm not gonna write a
Hey,
guy. I'm not gonna be like, yo,
I get it. I get it. You
yeah,
defer to those who know. That's,
yes,
you know, and I've seen something else you tweeted today, which I clicked on right away when you said, you were excited about the new editor that you got lined up.
yes. I
Just you
had
saying editor, and I was like, yes, yes, he gets it. You gotta have that. You gotta have that. You have to have that
yep,
other look at your book, you know.
yep.
And I was really glad that you were on board and that you understand that part of it, because come on, man, you gotta have an editor. It don't always have to be Chuck. It's okay to be Chuck, but it don't always have to be Chuck.
You said Chuck.
Yeah. Are you gonna say Chuck too?
I'm trying to remember what Chuck you're talking about. I think I worked with a Chuck before.
Chuck
Well,
Pialli. Chuck,
yes, I did. I worked with him.
yes, yes, he is everywhere. We love Chuck. He is legion.
Yes, I work with him. He is so awesome. I'm gonna work with him on another book. He's real awesome. He's busy. He's real busy.
Yeah, he
He
did the
is.
one we were talking. He did Connor's book, the guy who was out here before you. Chuck did his book.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Chuck been busy.
You
Cause he
know.
did a Muslim series for me, and he gotta go. I have rewrote it, so I need to go send it back to him. But he edited it, and we would love the direction it was going by. And I love working with different editors because they bring different, energy to the table. So
Yes.
I really enjoyed working with him.
Well, there are a lot of people that are afraid to let somebody else dive into what they're doing. Oh, I don't want that guy to change. I don't want him to change my. And it's like, okay, well, a good editor is not going to change what you're doing. A good editor is going to shape what you're doing.
Yeah,
Exactly.
You
just
know?
to make sure it's
Exactly.
heading in the right direction.
Yeah.
You want to be heading to the right direction because of the fact, like, you might miss the audience at a certain point, and because that's how I felt about issue one. They told me I was missing this and that, and I'm like, okay, because my editor now, he told me that, he said that's why he told me I needed to rewrite it, and he like, you missed the audience from here and here. If you rewrite it and do it like this, I'm telling you, it's going to mesh. And I'm like, yeah, dude, you're right. You're right. So that's what I did. And my new artist, he's amazing. He's pushing out pages quickly, every 2 weeks until the Kickstarter. So I'm pleased with him. And my goal is to make sure I push the book out before the due date because I want to keep going. I want to be consistent. I don't want to slow down. But my
Absolutely.
yeah, the I love the art. He was
Dude,
very amazing.
it is. I'm watching it. I'm like, I'm just digging this, man. It's especially that's got that Tim Burton-esque look right there.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, that dude looks like he's ready to chomp on something. I like that. That's cool. And then, of
So
course, we have our character bios,
yes, I Destiny, the Danielle, the character in under it, that's a animation version of my late grandmother.
right?
My grandma is very strong, so this is why I created that character right there. She's one of people, some of people's favorites. Davine, She has my mom's persona. My mom when she was much younger. So I actually implemented me and my family into the series with our
Right?
personas. And this Brian Walker, he's just like a whole level of different personalities. I'm so obsessed with Deathstroke. That's the personality I took. Him and my dad. My dad was so mean, but I took Deathstroke persona. The man is so mean, but he's one of the best villains like I have ever read about. Like him and Poison Ivy, I can't get enough of them. I
Right?
really can't.
So he's a former major Navy SEAL operative who was dishonorably discharged for
Yes,
unethical actions toward his colleagues, and they send
yes.
him packing. It's-
You gotta issue one. You'll know why he was dishonorably charged.
okay,
It's
I didn't get the issue one, but I know what's up between him. I know the
yeah,
separation. I understand what's going on with the
yeah,
family in book two for sure.
it's a lot of beefing right there. There's a lot of beefing.
I like it.
This is
Okay,
my
so,
editor, Greg. I
all
love
right.
Greg. Yes, he's amazing. As you can see, his credentials. You see his bio. All those awards he's won. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, I'm sitting there reading it. I ain't gonna lie, I'm sitting here reading it.
This is my artist right here, Matteo. I love him. Great communication, very quick. He's having fun with the art.
You
All the way
know
from
me.
Italy. Yes, he's having fun. He always comes. He's like, "Is this you like this?" I'm like, "Of course I like it." This is my colorist, all the way from Nigeria. He really wanted to jump on this. I gave him the chance, and he's been getting a lot of jobs now. They love his colors. He did a great good job. Another letterer. I've been wanting to work with him for so long. We finally got to work together, and I'm satisfied. Francisco. I like my diverse group of creatives.
That's awesome. Awesome.
Oh yeah, I work with everybody. Long
Well, and see, that's me too. Everybody knows that. I will promote everybody unless they actually come at me wrong personally. I'll promote anybody. I don't pick no group side bullshit. None of that. You know, I want good. I want to promote good people and good books. That's all. I don't care.
that's
You
of
know,
course,
I
of
mean,
course. You make me want you make me want to get spirits gloves. You know when they get the little fingertips. That's why I have her in a in a costume. I need to go get me some of that to cosplay.
yeah. I mean, when we first created the madness, it wasn't even about any of this. It was just a bunch of us showing off our books. Look what I got today. Look what I got today. We were just a bunch of fans, really. You know, I mean, this whole thing grew out of the bad circumstances of 2020. That's where CromCon came from. When they shut all the cons down, I started doing an online convention. That Monday Madness grew out of that. The comic related madness became a promoting and networking group as opposed to a look what I got group. It's like it all grew out of a bad circumstance, a bad year, but we turned it into the best, most positive thing we could, and we want everybody to succeed. Everybody.
I love the energy.
I mean,
I
there's
love
fans,
the
there's
energy.
fans for everybody's books. There's somebody
Yep.
out there that wants to buy everybody's books. I want everybody to get the chance to see that book. It's over here, y'all. Look over here. If I can get everybody to show off their stuff in the madness, or to come on my cons, or to come on this show and show off their stuff, that's all I'm trying to do. I'm having fun. I've been having so much fun this year, and it's it's there's so many
I
people who have had a bad year, and I've had a good year. You know what I
I
mean?
I appreciate it. I really really appreciate it. Took your
I
time
just
out,
you guys are doing this stuff, man. I mean,
man. It's a lot of work, man. It's a lot of, but we gonna get it. We're gonna get it done. Hopefully, once I'm funded, I'm gonna make sure I let you know the stretch goals ahead of time. I know Larry want to do a pin up for me. You know, I'm gonna get Anthony Piper. I know I'm gonna have some stickers. So I just want to make sure I have some great stretch goals for everybody, like I did with my last Kickstarter near Kayla. because that's my whole intentions right now.
And
The stretch
it
goals.
throw that same suggestion at you that I throw at everybody else. Backer rewards.
Oh yeah,
When I
yeah.
get to 150 backers, I'm going to slide a piece of original art into a random package.
Oh yeah,
Stuff,
I'm down with that.
stuff like that is then you get people okay because it's not going to the 150th backer, but one of those 150 backers is going to get something super sweet when we get to 150 backers. You see what I'm
Exactly.
saying? Then when we get to
Exactly.
175 backers, we do it again. You see what I'm saying? You keep offering something to bring more people in because people is where it's at. You want more people holding your book, reading your book, and talking about your book. It's not how much one guy spends on it. It's about how many people actually get to read. You
Dude,
know.
dude, I didn't even know I had 124 backers until you pulled this up. I did not even know. Like every time someone literally pledges, I make sure I message them. Like I'm literally gonna go back and make sure I message everybody, but I don't know how much backers because I'm like promoting like crazy, and I'm looking at them like, oh,
Yeah.
124. Wow, okay.
Yeah, and that's awesome. And that's all we try to do is get you more backers. So, we'll be promoting this. Don't be afraid to go ahead and pop it up in the group in the morning, drop it in the group in the evening because the feed moves fast. You know, if you post this Kickstarter a post in the morning, by 7 o'clock, that thing is so far down the line that nobody's going to see it again. So post it again in the evening. I tell everybody that twice a day. I don't consider that spamming. The group is about promoting and networking, so I expect people to promote and network in the group. So don't be afraid to, by all means.
Appreciate it. I really appreciate it.
I mean, you'll always see people, artists, looking for work, colorists looking for work, flatters. Everybody goes there and they let people know, hey, I'm available right now. I ain't got nothing to do. Boom. Or I need an artist for this, or I need somebody for this. That's what we do.
Well, I need to get in that group because I need to get some more artists for another series. So I didn't even know that. I didn't know it go down like that.
This guy right here is a colorist.
You're a colorist?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
oh,
I'm actually kind of doing that right now while I'm listening to you guys talk.
He's also kind of an editor, and he's kind of a lot of things. He's just really shy and quiet about it. So
oh, he's shy.
we're trying to bring
I'm
him
not
out
shy,
too.
I'm just busy. Just keep my head down. Got to keep the nose to the grind, man.
He is a lot busier the last few weeks. I mean, he's gotten involved in a lot of projects lately. But yes, Phil is a premier colorist. He does some cool stuff.
Well, thank you.
I'm going to contact him. I'm all about working with different type of artists. It really
Oh
don't
yeah,
matter.
I'm all about networking. Yeah, just hit me up, add me on, and yeah, we can talk anytime. I'm usually always around because, like I said, I'm pretty much
You're
stuck
always
in the
busy.
seat behind the screen working, man.
Just a second, Jim. I'll get that link up in the chat for you. Hold on. Oh, you got to get the 3 on there, dude. Yep. Okay, that's it.
And we about got Frank ready to go. He had just gotten in the door. He's just grabbing some stuff real quick and sitting down. By the way, Pops.
Yeah, I'm good. Whenever it comes out, I'm good. Dorothy's is awesome talking to you. It's awesome getting to meet you. And I
Not
can
awesome.
tell by your tweets that you were going to be somebody that was going to be fun to talk to, fun to interview, and I'm going to be excited to help you promote this book and to get it funded.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And I would like to thank your fans for even backing me. I appreciate it. I'm very humble and I'm very grateful. And I'm Phil, I will be contacting you.
Okay, cool, very cool. And I
And
do dig what you have going on. Even though I've been quiet, I've been paying attention. And that
and
is
Pops, I will be tweeting you on Twitter and I'm going to jump in a group.
Yes, the comic
awesome.
related madness is for you guys. That's what it's for.
Thank you.
I mean, it's There ain't even no other way to say it. It's like I started it out, and like I said, I got kicked out of somebody else's group, and I was butthurt, and I started my own group, and this is what it evolved into.
Those admins when they have so much power, when they start acting like they have so much power and stuff, I'm like, dude, come on, man, it's not that serious.
Well, see, that was the other thing too. When we built the group, it was about promoting networking. It's like we don't want none of the outside world garbage arguments coming into the group. It's about the love of the comics.
Exactly.
And I have no problem keeping it that way. So,
thank you, Jim. I just got the notification. Thank you, Jim, for backing me.
Oh, look at that.
Oh yeah, all right,
125.
Jim.
I see Mr. O'Reilly. Mr. O'Reilly's also an artist.
He's also an artist.
Very accomplished artist.
I will be sending him a message.
Mr. O'Reilly is doing the origin story for Mojo Risen, which I'm a character in. So, that one's
all the artists are just popping up right now.
Yeah, it's gonna be good.
Yeah, we gotta get this down because my friend is looking for artists. I really gotta get in the group then.
Yeah, there are so many. I'm serious. A good. I'm gonna say two. No, let's be nice and say a third of the group is creatives.
Okay.
Out of that 2,100 people, a third of them are creatives. So there's a lot of people to choose from.
We're gonna jump on that, and I really appreciate you guys, Phil and Pops.
And we appreciate you coming out, man, and showing what you got.
Oh, Jim, I'm gonna hit you up for a pinup. Trust me, I'm about to hit you up in a few.
Right. It's great talking to you, Dorothy. Great meeting you. We will talk again. I do PromCon monthly, so at the end of February, we'll make sure that we let you know ahead of time to get a slot in that too. Because PromCon is an all-weekend event. We go all the way out. We have a good time. So
thank you so much. Appreciate it.
All right. You have a good night.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Peace.
All right.
All right. That was awesome. I love her. We're going to have her back for sure. Count on that.
Definitely cool and definitely cool book, man.
Yes. Well, dude, I mean, I got to read it. I got to read book 2. It is amazing. You'll dig it for sure. I was pretty blown away, and I told her so. I was like, taking it right away. I was like, yo, this is good stuff. So, Mr. Frank Forte.
Holy crap.
Hey, guys. What's up?
What's up, Frank, man?
I wasn't even going to let Phil do the introduction.
I wasn't ready. I was over here like doing something, and then it's like, hey, you're on. Whoa, wait, what?
Yeah, I waited till you looked away, and I was like, damn, now.
Yeah.
Hey, you work in production. You know how that goes.
Yeah, right. You got to be careful. Man. Cool. What's up, guys? What are you doing? You're broadcasting from a comic store? Is that what I see in the background? That's pretty cool, man.
Might as well be. Pops has got a whole comic
Is that your
store.
basement? Is that your basement where you store all the bodies?
This is the basement where I store the bodies. Yes, it is.
I love it.
Actually,
I love it. How's my sound? I got a microphone here.
Oh,
Can
you're
you
doing
hear me
good
okay?
on this one. Yeah.
Cool.
So, how you doing, brother? It's nice to meet you.
Yeah, doing good. We kind of met
Frank,
briefly
Pops,
last time. I'm doing good. Just dealing with, staying home. Had COVID over Thanksgiving, so I got over that. You have it too?
Yeah, we had it back quite a while ago. We went through our house.
Luckily, it was a mild case, so I felt crappy for like a couple days and then 2 weeks of fatigue, but got over it, and now I'm just trying to, stay healthy. So, other than that, just trying to stay positive, trying to keep my spirits up. It's like everyone's going crazy. Everyone's like have good days, bad days. It's nutty, man. World pandemic.
Like I said, as a comic artist, I think we're kind of used to just, the isolation and working on our stuff, man.
That is true. But when you can't even go to a bar or a restaurant and stuff.
Right.
We were closed down for a while. I think he just opened up today, but it gets a little crazy when you can't just go and do anything,
Hey, I just want to go shoot some pool. I'll bring my own stick. Nobody else has to touch it.
Totally. But I'm doing good. How are you guys? You guys are doing good. I mean, everybody. I hear the comic biz people are reading more comics and graphic novels lately, so people want to definitely get away. People want some, fantasy.
Well, talking about that, tell them about yourself, man. Tell them who you are and what you do, man.
Hold up, Phil.
What?
From here on out, we're like not on any kind of time constraints.
Well, yeah, I just wanted the introduction, so everybody knows who
I'm
Frank
just
is.
saying we don't have to rush any of it. We got all night now, so
Cool.
we can cover
Right, so
anything
yeah,
we want to cover.
if your fans don't know too much about me, Frank Forte is my name. I've been doing comic. Did a lot of comic books in the '90s, like indie stuff, Bad Girl, Black and White, Boom, Vampire Versus. I worked for Cry for Dawn, CFD, Boneyard Press. A lot of those indie publishers when it was like just this, Tim Vigil. Like I always loved Tim Vigil stuff and all the Kelly Jones and Kyle Holtz and all those guys, and I watched those guys come up from like indie stuff. Vampire Versus was one of my titles, back then. That's what I'm relaunching. Insidious Tales. I did, a lot of horror stuff for Cry for Dawn. I worked on Night Cry. Never really broke into the majors. It was difficult, and that's one reason I moved to animation. I got into storyboarding and doing flash animation in the early 2000s just because I needed, some type of basically steady income, right? Because comics, it was tough to make it as an indie comic author. So I worked in animation in Connecticut, then moved out to LA and started doing storyboards for animation and film. Worked on a thing called Little Pimp, then I worked for Renegade Animation, Cartoon Network, moved up to doing some horror films. I worked on 2001 Maniacs. Then, worked for DreamWorks. I worked on Bob's Burgers. I worked for Netflix. Worked for Blumhouse. Did, Three Below is a story thing I worked on for DreamWorks. Bob's Burgers. Worked on Solar Opposites. Worked on a ton of, horror films like Truth or Dare, Insidious, The Last Key. Beyond Lovecraft Country. So I dabble between animation and live action, doing storyboards mainly. But my love was always comics, and COVID has given me time now to get back into comics, doing indie stuff my own way, my own style, my own, the way I want to do it. It's a little harder now. A Kickstarter wasn't available then. A Kickstarter is good because I think Kickstarter supports indie guys. But it's hard to make money, I think, selling comics to comic stores as an indie. It's hard to get numbers up where you could really be profitable. But I'm going ahead. I'm going to do it anyway. So
congratulations on hitting your goals today, man.
Yeah, thanks. It was a modest goal, 1,000.
Now, also, Frank, I don't know if you're a member of the Madness or not, if you joined the comic-related Madness, but it's a networking and promotions group on Facebook. And we actually have a couple people in the group that do retail. Their goal is to put your books on store retail.
So they are retailers.
Well, they're not. They're distributors, like Liberty Distributing.
Okay, cool. Well, yeah. Well, we have a distributor tier, but I could always sell wholesale to anyone that wants to buy it. I don't care if you're a retailer, a fan, distributor. I'll sell wholesale to anyone if you guys want to buy like 10 copies.
You also do have retail. You do have retail too, like Danny Morales over at the Collective, man.
The Collective. Yeah. We have people that run stores that are in the group. We have people that have a list of retailers that buy that. They
buy indie. That's awesome. I would love that.
That's really what we're trying to do. That's like one of my main goals in this whole thing was to get you guys books on the store shelves of my local store.
I love it.
So that I don't have to pay $10 shipping for every freaking book I want to buy.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I love it. I'm totally into it. I've been, with Asylum Press, we've distributed through Diamond, Capital City. We've distributed through all the little guys that have come up over the years and gone out. So I'll distribute to anybody for sure.
Yeah, there's indievolt.com. They Barry and Grant.
IndieVolt.
Him and his wife run the IndieVolt.com, and they do a radio show. and obviously a stream, podcast like this.
Yeah,
But
totally.
Varian also runs Liberty Distributing,
Cool.
and he's got like 50 retailers on the
Love
hook
it.
now that go through his catalog. You just get in his catalog.
Yeah, tell him I'm down for getting into that catalog for sure.
Cool, cool.
Totally.
They're probably doing their own live stream right now on
Yeah, cool. That sounds great. No, I love it. I love that there's a network because outside of Diamond, I wasn't sure what was left for distributors. I know there was FM for a little while. I don't know if you remember them. Wayne
Yeah.
Marker, who ran Capital City. That didn't last for too long, although I supported him when I could. He had all my books. And then Lance, I forget his last name. He had a little distributor there for a little while, an indie distributor. I forget their name. So I always support the indie distributors when I can. And if they can keep it going and get your books out there, it's great. I love it.
And that I just shared the link to the group, the Comic Related Madness. That's the group that we, where all of our content originates out of.
Right, and that's also a marketing group to fans as well.
It's a networking and promotions group.
Cool.
You know how a lot of Facebook groups won't let you self-promote?
Yeah, right.
We encourage you to self-promote.
I love it. Yeah, I love it, man. Great.
We want
That's awesome.
people to see what you're doing. Okay? You put it in the group. I send it out to Twitter. It goes here. It goes there.
I love it.
And a lot of people in the group. That's what we do. Is we network everybody's stuff around. We make sure everybody's stuff is shared around.
I love it.
Because for me, it was about bouncing everybody's fan bases off each other.
Yeah, no, I think it's a great idea. I think that's what you have to do to try to build fan bases, especially for, indie publishers. And for me, I've kind of been out of the publishing for a while. I mean, I was in the Bob's Burgers comic book. I worked on that for Dynamite. But other than that, I haven't really been doing my, horror bad girl stuff or indie stuff that I've done, that I was known for in the 90s. So I think people, they just forget about you if you're not seen. I've been in storyboarding for a while, and your name appears in the credits, but you're not on the racks. I want to be on the racks again.
Yeah.
There's something about being in a comic book and having your own stuff. I mean, sure, I've worked on some great, amazing properties and animation and cartoons, and I've worked with some great creators, and that's cool. But it's not drawing your own comic book. I mean, what can I say? I mean, there's something about it. Just getting in there, and whether it's on Bristol board or digitally, and telling a story, it's just a great medium. I've always loved it, and I want to get back to it.
Well, talking about getting back to it, you got that link there, Pops? Why don't you pull that up, man?
That one?
Yeah, that one.
There it is.
Tell them a little bit about the
Pledge
vampire.
1,000 and 1,000, so you're like right on goal.
Yeah, right. We made it today. We just hit it. So yeah, Vampire Versus is a horror and adventure kind of a story with the lead character there, Angelica, who is a exotic dancer in New York City. She's about to get out of dancing, but she gets bitten by a vampire and gets turned into a creature of the night. And once there, she realizes she's part of this ancient vampire scrolled prophecy known as the Vampire Verses, and she's a chosen one that all of these warring vampire clans want to, how can I say this, get a piece of, so that they could fulfill the prophecy and get power for their clan. And she's this lone vampire kind of running around trying to figure out what the heck is happening. So that's kind of the story. I got to 4 issues in the 90s, and I wanted to finish it off. It was supposed to be a 12-issue series. I could do it in 8 or 10, I'm not sure, but I want to turn to Kickstarter to finish it off, and then we would publish a trade, afterwards when it's done. But this right here is the Blood Right sketchbook art book. So it's going to be a bunch of sketches, concept sketches, environments of all the characters to try to get people who aren't familiar with the book like into it, like, oh, these are the characters, these are the vampire clans, this is what it's all about. So I have a lot of like first printings of the issues, so you could get 1, 2, 3, and 4, which is like the first story arc, and the sketchbook, so it could kind of get you into the series if you haven't already been into it.
Nice. And that's something, like a lot of people don't take into consideration that not everybody read the first couple books. Make sure that they're available for us, because anybody that knows anything about comic book collectors, if we pick up number 5 and we like it, we want 1, 2, 3, and 4 now.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
Exactly.
just the way it goes when you're a collector. You want the whole run,
Yeah, no, totally.
beginning to end. So even, I mean, even when you get out there 10, 12 books, don't forget about those people that have never seen book 1, 2, 3. Do a trade, do something, keep it out there, keep it available for people.
Yeah, I think that's what I would do. Like, let's say we get to number 8 and I run out of number 1. I would just kind of do like I think we're up to the 3rd printing. I would do a 4th printing, a new cover, so that everybody could get single issues or the collected trades if I start running out of them. Right now I have a good amount, so I'm pretty good. I have no problem fulfilling 23 backers, but
number 1s?
we have number 1s, number 2, like.
Do you have first print number 1s left?
Yeah, I do have. I have about a box left, but I don't know if I don't think I offered that. So maybe I'll just add a reward and offer that.
No, I'm not saying give it to everybody else. Saying I don't want one, damn it.
See how that is, Frank? Everybody wants those number 1s. You got
they
the
do
same
number
thing the
1
other
for
night,
the
man.
sprint. Yeah. I mean, you could. They're all over eBay. I've seen them on eBay quite a bit. But I have a bunch that I just kept in my stock that I never sold, so there's still a bunch available.
That's how you end up back there on the wall. See?
Yep.
You see?
Bagged and boarded.
That's how you end up back there on the wall in a frame.
Yep. Yeah, and these are like some interior pages of the issue. That's issue 1, just so people that haven't seen the book, they could check it out. It's definitely a horror adventure book that was pretty popular back in the 90s. Like, people really dug the book.
Yep, so, I remember it, man. It was awesome.
Yeah. So it's fun to get back to it. And then, this right here. So this is the regular cover. I'm doing a sketch cover. And then you can see, like, if you scroll down, this is what's going to be inside the sketchbook. It's going to be, a bunch of concepts of all the characters and the clan, so you can kind of see who's who and everything,
And like I've heard somebody describe it, think of it kind of along the lines of Vampire the Masquerade, that video game, man. It's kind of got that vibe to it.
And think manga, too. Like, I was into a lot of 90s manga, like Wicked City and Urutsu Kadoji. So think about, I mean, it's not X-rated like Urutsu Kadoji was, but I would say it's R-rated. But it's definitely, like, watching that, that 90s manga stuff is kind of what inspired me to do this, I was really into all that stuff in the 90s. So it's kind of like that meets, I wouldn't say it's really like Twilight, or it's not really like Twilight or the Anne Rice stuff. It's definitely more hardcore. It's like
right.
It's like demons and vampires and really vicious. A lot of blood and gore, a lot of violence, a lot of just vicious stuff going on. Yeah. It's not whitewashed for sure. So it's it's fun. So I'm glad to kind of get back to it. So I'm just hoping that people could, that haven't seen it would be into it.
Hey, Pops, can you pull up that link I dropped in the private chat so you could play the video? He's got a cool video. It's all nice and animated and voiceovered, man. Give people kind of more of an idea what's going on. You just know how my browser is. My browser doesn't like playing the audio on the videos, man.
Oh, right.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yep.
All right, let's see. So let's see if I can do it without getting kicked offline.
There you go.
Are we up here? Is that me or is that you? Okay, that's me. All right. And
roll them.
Can you make it full screen?
Yeah, my name is Angelica. I'm a dancer. Exotic dancer. It was supposed to be temporary. I fell on hard times. I was almost out. Almost. Until a few nights ago. I was bitten by a demon. Or a vampire. Or a vampire demon. It was something evil. I blacked out. When I came to, everything was different. Before I could realize what was happening to me, I noticed I was changing. My body. I had powers. Strength. Agility. Speed. Thought. I had abilities I couldn't control. I was awakened to the darkness. To a nocturnal world of monsters. Demons. And most correctly, I was told I'm part of an ancient scroll prophecy known as the Vampire Verses, that I'm some chosen one. I was warned there were 3 secret vampire clans who all wanted to use me as a sacrifice for a ritual. Some ancient bloodline. I can't even grasp what's happening to me. I'm constantly hunted. I'm completely alone. I can't trust anyone or anything. If I'm not careful, I'll soon be dead. If I'm not already.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh yeah.
Very
That's
nice.
how
Very
you
nice.
Looks
do a video
pretty fun,
production.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that looks pretty fun.
I like that because I don't see that enough, man. It feels more like like you get a sample of like a motion comic, man.
Yeah. I kind of wanted to make it a little bit, animated. I could have done more, but I was running out of time. I might do a second video that has a little more animation in it. And I thought a video like that is a little more interesting than me just up there going, oh, running this Kickstarter. If you could support us, it's kind of boring to see people like, just talking about it. Some people may like that. I don't know. Well, you could talk to me here. Like, I just want the trailer to be kind of more just exciting,
Oh yeah, to show you show you exactly what's going on, like straight from the source. There it is, man. Check it out.
So we're
like
excited.
it.
I mean, the difficult thing is definitely getting people aware of it. Like I sent out to over 500 press people through my email list, and only like 2 or 3 people covered it. So it's just difficult to get coverage. Press doesn't want to cover Kickstarters, so I think it's more of a. I think it's
you got into the madness.
Yeah, it's more of like you got to do the podcast, you got to get on Kickstarter, get in the groups of people that like this stuff. So I'm doing more of a grassroots thing to try to spread the word because
we definitely have, like right now, there's like 6 podcasts going off in my group right now.
Right. Uh-huh.
We have podcasters. We have a couple of different comics news pages that pull content out of the group.
Cool.
You got to put your stuff up there where people can see it.
Totally. Absolutely.
But it will definitely get picked up by like Comics Newswire. Rob Anderson, he picks up a lot of content out of the group. You got Chris Braley from Raleigh, whatever, from Bleeding Pool. He picks up press releases and stuff. Send me a press release.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, totally. I will.
I will forward it. I have no problem.
I gave some stuff to Bleeding Cool. They were gonna do an article.
I said Bleeding Pool.
Bleeding Cool.
The other guys.
Bleeding.
I know the other guys. I don't know those guys. See what I'm saying? It's like, but I can forward it and get it out there in a couple of different comics news.
Yeah, sure.
Formats.
No, that sounds great, man. So that's pretty much, and I could show you. Where's StreamYard? I just lost you guys. I could show you, some of the comics too as well.
Sure.
If you want, just so people could see it. Like this is basically. So this here is.
Hold up.
The first issue, third printing. But we have plenty of these, So if you like, tangible, old school comics printed on, like not newsprint. This is kind of like a nicer white paper. But
So what do the first printing ones look like?
that's the one with the CFD cover. I don't know if I have any right here.
Okay, I'm not gonna make it big, but
Yeah, this is second issue, second printing. The
Okay.
second issue, first printing, I'm totally out of. But this, really cool stuff there. Third issue, first printing. There was never a second printing of this. That's first printing. I have plenty of these, so people can get the first printing of those before they're all gone. And then I have fourth issue, first printing, and fourth issue, first printing, limited edition, which was only 500 of these, and these are also offered. So this just had a different cover, and it's signed, and everything comes bagged and boarded.
Yeah, you got everything signed, right, Frank?
Yeah, everything's going to be signed. Yeah, for sure.
And it's you can get all those on the Kickstarter, or is that through Frank Forte Art?
Yeah, those are all on the. Those are all available on the Kickstarter, and I might be adding a few other reward tiers as well. But yeah, those are all available, and if not, you could always get some on my website as well, which asylumpress.com has it. Some of the issues, but we're offering them a little bit cheaper on the Kickstarter.
Okay. Have you heard what we were talking about earlier with the other people about backer rewards as opposed to stretch goals?
No, I missed that part. No, what's
okay. What? How many backers you got there? What do we got here? We got
23, I think.
23. Okay, when we get to 50, I'm going to throw a piece of original art in a random backer kit. When we get to 100, I'm going to throw another piece of original art in a random backer kit.
Yeah, right.
To get more people as opposed to just more money.
So do I tell? Isn't that like? Well, a stretch goal. With a stretch goal, everybody gets it.
Right? Stretch goals come after funding, right? Okay.
Right,
so
right.
Okay, now when we get to this amount of money, we're going to do this for everybody.
Right.
But when we get to this many backers,
yeah,
one person is going to get something super special.
Okay, so is that what a lot of people are doing now?
This is something I suggest to everybody because that's what draws in more people. One guy can spend $100 or 20 guys can spend $30.
Right. So how do you offer that? What do you offer? You offer that in the.
You just throw it out there, man. When you're talking about it, you say, "Hey, everybody! When we get to 100 backers, or when we get to 50 backers, or whatever, I'm going to do this." And you put that in your ad when you're sharing it out. When you're sharing out your Kickstarter,
I could put it in the. Can I put it in the description?
Yeah, you can put it in the campaign.
How about every 100 backers, somebody gets a free piece of art?
How many backers do you expect to get? What's your regular fan base?
This is this is the first Kickstarter I've done with Asylum Press. I ran 3 Kickstarters before under my own personal, and maybe 30 or 40, so not that many. So
that's what I'm saying. Let's start at 50, and when we get to 50 backers, I'm gonna do something, and then when we get to 100 backers, I'm gonna do something. You know what I mean? It's like
just extra incentives.
You want to get that first group of people.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, that's cool. I would say what's easy is I like keeping everything in the 8.5 by 11 so I can mail it. So like an 8.5 by 11 original sketch to the first or drawing for every 50 backers. Every time we hit 50,
we are huge advocates of things that fit in bags and can be boarded.
Yeah, right.
I love prints that are comic size.
Do you have any of those ones on hand? Your speed drawings that you pulled up before? Do you got any of those?
Right.
Because it'd be stuff like this, and this stuff is awesome, man.
Hold on.
You gotta
see what I'm saying, though. That's you know what I'm saying, Phil. We'd be getting backers that way, dude.
So this is the kind of stuff that I was doing. I draw in a bunch of different styles, right? Like I could draw very cartoony. So there's Betty Boop, kind of sexy, right? But a very cartoony style. Here's a cool one. Lobo.
Oh, hold up. I got to tag Raj real quick.
I got tag Raj.
You're probably going to have to pull this one back up. I'm just letting you know.
Right.
Is Raj a Lobo fan?
Dude,
So
Raj
that was
is the Lobo fan.
So I filmed that. I'm putting these up on my YouTube channel. Judge Dredd.
I am the law.
I am the law. So I put that one up. The Batman Who Laughs. Kind of fun.
I dig that one.
But yeah, it would probably be a drawing something like this for every.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Or you could even do a drawing. You could take all 50 backers. Let's say you got 50 backers. You could throw them all in a randomizer, and the guy that wins, let him pick something that you'll draw for him personally.
I could do that. I could do that too. Yeah. That's a Rick.
That's the great thing about being your own creator. You don't have to go to DC and go, hey, is it okay if I do this to sell more copies? It's like you're in total control of that. You get to do whatever you want to entice people to buy.
Yeah, but I have to announce that. Shouldn't I announce the 50 backers? Just announce it everywhere, right? Twitter, Facebook, on the Kickstarter, and just say at 50 backers, I'm going to give away one free 8.5 by 11 sketch.
Right. And every time you share it out somewhere, you just add that to the text above it, I mean.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, I think it's a great idea. I could do it for every time we hit 50 backers. That will keep people hopefully coming back.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, especially now that they're seeing some of that stuff too, man, showing off all this work around.
And you think I should give the drawing out during the Kickstarter so that someone could share that out and talk about it rather than waiting till the end, right? Do the drawing soon. Do you think it's better to give the drawing
I would do the drawing live. Do the drawing on a live stream.
Yep.
So that everybody backers can say, oh, that's what that dude got. And then the people that haven't backed it yet are going, oh, and the next guy, when we get to the next plateau, he's going to do that again? Yeah, I want to be in on that.
Well, Phil actually suggested that for tonight. Did you guys want me to do a live drawing on the stream?
You're more than welcome to do it.
And you guys feel I don't really have the gift of gab like some of you guys do. So if you guys want to just talk over what I'm drawing or talk about how you love or hated Wonder Woman or Doom Patrol or the new Contra, whatever. So you want me? What do you think? You want me to do I could do something from the Vampire Verses. That'll probably be something kind of cool, right?
Sure, man.
Well, see, now, whatever you do, if you're going to do something from the book, then by all means, make this the first one that you give away.
I'm going to do. I don't know how to connect my camera to my drawing table, so I was going to do digitally because I could share screen, right?
Yeah.
How do you share? How do I screen? I'd have to get
at the bottom
on this.
Yeah.
Get StreamYard on my phone, then I could put my.
But I mean, it's not a download. It's an app. It's like as soon as you sign up, you got StreamYard.
Let's do that. Let's do that next time. We'll do a live drawing. Let's do it with Photoshop, a digital one today. Cool.
Yeah, and that you just hit the screen share and he can pull it up.
Cool. All right, so you want me to just screen share and then and then I'll talk about share screen.
Yep. Oh, what happened to Phil?
Lost him.
Come back.
Okay, let me know when you can see that.
I can see it. It's
all right, cool.
There. Phil, come back.
So we'll just do. Let's see here. Cool. So we're just gonna do. I'm just gonna sketch. When I get warm up, I just kind of do I always do circles and just good to draw. We could do. We could do a bunch of stuff it's real.
Sorry,
the cartoony stuff.
You? Oh, sure, Pop. See how it is.
Hey, I said sorry. I took credit for it at least.
I thought it was StreamYard playing with me, man.
No, man. I went to kick your screen share out so that I could bring him in, and it kicked you too. The
cartoony stuff is real. I could do that real easy. So we'll just do a quick.
Morty.
Rick.
Morty, what are you doing, Morty? What the things and the stuff?
We have another person going to come out here and join us because he's always the late. He's always the late guy. Always the late guy.
Who's the late guy?
Michael Oden. You know the late guy.
Mike.
The
Who's
late
that
guy. He's always late.
Frank's
So
met Mike. You met Mike for a minute the other night.
So that's Rick. Yeah. Hey, Mike, how's it going, man?
It looked like Will chimed in there for a minute.
Yeah,
So
Will's
that's
watching.
Rick. I mean, he's real easy to do. Or any of these other, any of the cartoony characters. You know, it's fast.
Man, I want Frank to do Crom, man. Frank's going, what's Crom? He doesn't even know what I'm talking about.
Talking from Conan?
No. I'll show you. Hold on. Let me put him on the screen.
Crom with the C. That's Comic Related Madness's mascot.
What?
See
Yeah, what
this
does he
little
look
guy
like?
up in the corner up here?
Oh, right. That's your
Yeah.
character?
There's a few different versions of him. Check him out.
Oh, right. Hold him up there. I could draw that. So
Yeah.
let's see.
So the same guy that did this one did Crom as Bernie.
He looks kind of like the Grinch, right? Is that who that is?
Well, it's kind of like the Grinch, but he's just a little troll. He's a little comic troll.
Right.
And Comic Related Madness, CRM, and I was looking for a mascot for the group. And we had some people do some drawings, and this is the one that was chosen as the group logo.
Does he have teeth?
He does have teeth.
Sharp ones, right?
He does have teeth. There's so many versions of him, but there's one. You have to get kind of close to see it, but he's chewing on something right there. But yeah, Crom was he was created as a mascot for the group, and the name just came because of the initials of the group, Comic Related
Yeah,
Madness.
right. Crom, right. Got it. Yeah, he's cool, man. I like
Oh,
him.
dude, that looks good already. It look-
Flip up one of those other ones. They're easier to see, Pops. One of the other icons.
Oh yeah, there you go.
He's got these crazy horns, right?
No, that's hair. That's actually blue hair.
Oh, that's
Almost like God, can't think of the name. The clown in Spawn.
See, like this
You know how
guy
his
too.
hair
See,
kinda does.
those little tufts of hair. That's what they really are.
right. So
Me-
let's do.
But see this guy. Oh wait, see this guy right here. See the little tufts of hair.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah. Thought they were like horns or something.
Yeah, there's quite a few different versions of Crom now. He's
Yeah,
everywhere.
right. So he's got like.
Woo!
Oh, who's that guy?
It's that Michael Oden dude.
No, none of your business, Phil. I'm here to hang out with Frank and Pops.
Oh, okay, sure. Fine. See how you are.
It's okay. I'm just Josh, and I love you, Phil. You're good people.
You are too, man. Good to see you, bud.
I would be on camera, but my Wi-Fi is just hating me right now. I don't know what's
So
going
what
on.
is he? This guy wears like comic book T-shirts, right? He doesn't.
Yeah,
that's
pretty
his
much. Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't have like a certain wardrobe. I've seen him even, like I said, Lee just did a picture of him as Bernie. You know the Bernie meme?
thing. Oh yeah, right.
I've got Crom sitting there with his legs crossed, with the slippers on or the mittens on and the mask on, and it's Crom as Bernie. It's awesome.
Yeah,
Somebody
I
did
saw that. That was up there the other day, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's awesome.
Did you see the one that somebody, that crystal ball one I worked on for Naked Cannibal Campers?
Yeah.
Jim O'Reilly.
That
was
one's
asking
got a
if I'm-
Bernie. That one's got a Bernie inside that crystal ball now too.
Is it Crom like this, right?
Crom. Yep, you got it, man.
That's perfect.
And I could, you could once you do that, like if you wanted to get in there, you could always ink it.
Now,
Like
what I really want you to do is I want you to send that to Phil so he can color it for
Oh,
me.
right. Yeah, I would do like a little ink over it. You know what I mean? Like get in there, do a little detail.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Make the lines a little bit. What has he got? Like pock marks and stuff? Like he's got.
I mean, he's just, he's just a little gremlin, a little troll, He's
Is
I like
he
the little
a
pockmark stuff. It kind of gives it that like old school underground look.
I pretty much let every artist give me their own rendition. I don't direct.
Is he a troll with an alcohol problem? Like he's got a little bit of a drinking problem? He's had a rough life, or is he like?
He likes comics. I know that.
Does he do a few bong rips?
Well, I mean, he's green. What do you expect? Yeah, I'd say that Crom is, I mean, when you look at all the different renditions of him, you look at Manny's rendition where he's the one panel where he's shooting me in the head with a rock with this slingshot. I mean, I've seen some great ones. The one that Lee did for the openings for the unboxings. I love that one.
Right.
That one right there. I love that one where he's chewing on the package. Like he's trying to rip the package open with his teeth. That's one of my favorite ones right there. Marseille did one where he's beating up one of the aliens from Mars Attacks.
Oh, that's awesome. I love that.
I mean,
cool to do mashups. Like people love those mashups.
Yeah, I just love just the fact that people like to do renditions of Crom blows me away. It really does.
Dig the tongue. Kind of get that Roth thing going on there.
Yeah, we'll go a little. We're gonna go a little underground, I think, with this. Like Crom, Big Daddy Roth. You get the little, add the little, those little details like this in there, right?
Yeah, I like it. We're going. Yeah, I like where this is going.
you gotta add some drool too. I think there'd be some drool going on.
Some drool, yeah.
He needs to be opening. He needs to be opening a 9 Realms Gemini because why not?
Okay, well,
shameless plugging.
You see that one right there? You see
is that your comic book?
That's my comic imprint. Yeah.
I think he's definitely reading a 9 Realms Gemini, right?
The Gemini mailers and then
that's what he's reading.
Now Will says he'd be really cool if he was wearing a heavy metal shirt.
over an X-Men shirt.
Yeah, that's Will Pace. You know who that is, Frank. Will Pace from Creators Outlet.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Jim said he's working on a piece for Mike right now.
Yeah, he is. I'm excited to see it when it's done. It's I've seen the pencils and it looks really good.
Of course, Jim's work always looks awesome, man.
Yeah, unless you ask Jim. Well, Jim is like as far as his judgment of his own art is the second coming of Sam Keith, because literally Jim will send you a masterpiece. You'll just be like, man,
and say it really sucks, man. It sucks.
Yeah, we're how some of us artists are, man. We get that self-loathing going on, man.
100%. But like real talk, Jim O'Reilly is one of those he is an all-star talent, man. That guy. Oh, I love looking at it.
Hold on. Let me just say, Jim O'Reilly is an all-star talent.
Oh wow, he's great. I love that.
Okay.
Really,
Jim O'Reilly is an all-star talent. Look at that Gamora. Come on.
You've got another one of his.
I got a bunch of stuff of his.
Well, you have an Elysian Fields thing of his as well.
Hey, there you go. Will's got the idea. I always
Yes,
tell
I
Jim
do.
to send me all the art he hates.
And I do. I do that all the time. I do that all the time.
So you think he would have a heavy metal shirt on instead of a
The
X-Men
website
shirt?
for Frank stuff is Elysium Press. Right there.
Asylum.
Asylum Press. I mean, I'm sorry, Elysium. You guys.
Elysian Fields is my book, Pop.
See what you did, Mike?
Yeah, I just threw him off his groove. It's all good.
There you go.
Who's got that clip?
So Trish just got back from supper and she loves what she's seeing. She said it looks amazing.
Cool.
So, yeah, we would definitely. I always tell Jim, send me the arts he don't like. That Psylocke. Do you guys remember that Psylocke that he did?
Oh man, it was so good. I literally was showing that to a buddy of mine the other day. I was like, "You've got to see this shit," because like, in fact, I was talking to Dean James, who I'm working with on the Embrace, and I was showing him Jim's progress, and I was telling him, man, it's crazy. And the Psylocke story is the one that I always go to because he made like a big public thing about how much he hated it. And everyone is just looking sideways going, what? What don't you like about it, Jim?
And this on the ticker now, this is for Michael's book. For the Nine Realms Publishing Elysian Fields softcover collector edition.
Jim's without fail. Jim is in the chat saying my art sucks.
Dang, Frank, you have your computer desktop a little more organized than me, man. I saw your nice folder layouts there.
Yeah,
mine's like Inception. It's like folder within a folder within a folder.
I could be more organized. I could definitely be more organized. You want me to do it? You want me to maybe do a Lobo? You guys like Lobo?
Sure.
Oh yes,
man.
I want a Lobo.
Dealer's choice, man.
The Lobo, he's got like a kind of a big head, a thick jaw, right? Thick jaw. He's got. Whenever you do Lobo, man, you got to do it like Bisley does it,
Jim said he loved the crom you did, man.
Cool, man.
Hell yes. I actually wanted you to send that to Phil so he could color it.
Yeah, I'll send it. I definitely will. So Lobo is like. I usually like to go pretty loose with this stuff.
Man, that is coming together super quick.
Yeah, he's quick, man. He's worked in animation, man. He works quick, dude.
Yeah, and when you work in animation, you really have to be fast because of their deadlines and stuff, And plus, it's got a sketchy look. If you wanted to get it to where it's Lobo has this going on. If you wanted to get it where you had a tighter look, you definitely would take a little more time with the inks. But, with the Bisley hair, it's always like you just kind of... I mean, he's like a really wild man. If you ever watch him sketch, he's just going really fast.
Oh, yeah, the Bisley style. I love Simon Bisley's work.
He's awesome.
Yeah,
but, this is kind of... He just kind of goes off and, like... If you ever watch him, it's really... He works fast, and it shows in the work. It just has a raw feeling to it,
Yeah, I remember first running into Bisley stuff with War Machine. Remember the War Machine run in heavy metal?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. In the 90s, man, he was like...
Oh, yeah.
He was like huge. Slain, I remember reading Slain.
Yeah.
That stuff was really kick-ass. And then Judge Dredd meets Batman.
I sent him a message, Jim. I don't know where he is. I told him to tune in. I even sent him the dang link so he could join in. I don't know. Maybe he's at work. I do not know.
Jim can always take his spot. Maybe he has something to show us.
I don't know. Jim, you got anything to show us?
But, man, that's so awesome.
I mean, it's rough, you know. It's definitely sketchy.
I wish I could do roughs that fast, man.
Yeah.
I can't even do roughs that fast, dude.
I mean, I think you just have to kind of do it. Just draw fast and just get into it. And then I usually, you know, that's a cool, quick sketch, right? And then when you go into like ink it, this is when you can have like a little more fun. So you can, I don't always trace the lines that are there. You kind of go in and trace over some of it, but then just kind of, you know that there'd be 2 lines for the lip. There's a shadow under the nose.
That's always a bonus, inking your own work too, man. You know where you want to go with.
Yeah, totally. And you could do stuff with the eyes like this, you know. And then the teeth, you could really get in there. You know. But totally busy. Totally busy.
Do you mainly use Photoshop when you're doing digital work?
Yeah, I use Photoshop. I just like it. I mean, I know there's other manga studio that people use. I haven't really messed with it. Not for
I have
comments.
a little bit. I mainly do run Photoshop, especially with color work. I had gotten Manga Studio or Clip Art Studio, whatever they're calling it now, just because I liked the way the inking works in it. But that's about the only thing I've really.
I've heard that. What it's a little more slick than Photoshop. Is that it?
That, and it's vector based too, really. So actually, you can make all those nice adjustments or use those Bezier curve things in it and stuff. And it corrects lines too if you set it up for that. But I'm mainly a Photoshop guy myself. Manga, actually, what I think it's really quick and good, easy for is doing lettering, man. Lettering in your word bubbles.
Oh, right. Yeah, I use that for Photoshop, but you're really supposed to use InDesign or Illustrator.
Illustrator, yeah.
You know, but I'm still working pretty fast. I'm still keeping it very sketchy, you know.
Only if Mike says it's okay.
I say it's okay. I think we have something worth celebrating because the Embrace is number 5 on the top trending Indiegogo campaigns for pre-launch of comics. Yeah. So I think that's worth celebrating. That's one of them. The Embrace launches in March, and then we've got Elysian Fields is in its last 14 hours on Kickstarter, and we're at 70% funded on that.
What time does that end, dude?
It ends in 14 hours, so like early afternoon tomorrow, like probably around noon to 1 p.m.
Do you have a countdown going on for it or what?
I'm just going on as many streams as I can to promote.
No, I mean, for the last hour, do you have a show set up where somebody's going to come out and promote it that last hour?
Make that final push.
I don't yet. It is unfortunate because around that time is when I go to work.
Well, what are you saying there, Pops? What do you got going?
Hey, Pops, you want to do it?
Well, I mean, I'd like to at least have somebody on your crew out there with me, but yeah, I would more.
I can hang out with you while I'm driving into work. I got hands free.
Well, then let's count it down on the last hour, dude.
All right, let's rock it.
What time? You're gonna have to get with me in the morning, and so we can set up a, stream for it. Shit.
Creators outlet saying that I haven't been on his show yet. I mean, I'd love if you got a show going tonight or tomorrow, I'd love to go on. Unfortunately, for the Kickstarter, I'm running out of time.
Well, Will, do you want to do his countdown tomorrow? I'll let you do it.
Where you at, Will?
You know, if you haven't been in front of that audience, that's another audience, dude.
There it
You know.
says. He says Mike hasn't been on my show yet, so yeah, there you go, man.
Hey, I'll go on. And the other good
I'll
thing
go
is,
on. Look, how about if I'll go on too? Well, I'll go on Will's show tomorrow for your countdown.
I mean, I'm down.
Because I mean, we can share it to the group and everywhere anyway. So, what do you think, Will? You want to do the countdown tomorrow? It'll be in the afternoon.
Yeah, and then just to let people know, we added on the original art of that Kevin Sharp did for the Dragon Guard cover, and the original art that Scott Rosema did for the deluxe edition cover to the Kickstarter here. If those two pieces sell, the book will fund. The Scott Rosemo piece is at 400. The Kevin Sharp is at 3 each of it. I think Scott Rosema's pencil work is larger than the 11 by 17. I could be wrong. I've been trying to get a hold of him. I haven't heard back. But Kevin Sharp's piece is an 11 by 17 traditional pencils and inks. So.
What about that Tolliver and Leon piece, man? I heard that's pretty cool.
That already sold. That sold on the Indiegogo film. Did you not?
The color? Well, yeah, but you made prints though, right? The original sold.
Yeah,
right?
we will be for all of the people that back this book. I'm going to be throwing in the Tolliver Leon print.
Oh, nice.
So, especially if we get funded. So, I'm gonna figure out a way to if you backed the Kickstarter and the worst case scenario happens, I am going to figure out a way for those guys to get the books and everything. But we got Jim.
Oh, check out that Lobo. That's awesome.
What's up, Jim?
How you doing, guys? That's sick. Man, that was quick.
It's really good.
Yeah, this is that was the quick sketch underneath.
Yeah.
Then the ink.
Yep.
I'm just doing a little toning,
crazy.
little tone action there,
Site says it's funded. What? Where?
Nice.
What? Hold on. Somebody pull up the Kickstarter campaign because my internet's being a jerk.
Pull up Elysian Fields quickly.
I'm looking at it. It says 48 backers, $1,700.
Yeah, I was about to say. I was like, hold on one damn second.
He pulled up the other Elysian
He
campaign.
might be looking at the Indiegogo campaign for the Pyramid Gambit, which did fund. So that's the other big thing is the books are at the printer right now. So like people that back this Kickstarter, fulfillment will be within the month. Like I'll be fulfilling the Indiegogo and the Kickstarter pretty much at the exact same time.
And I just dropped that out on Twitter. So
Well, it's kind of a
I
fun
now have
logo.
265 followers. Jeez, that thing's growing, man. That thing's growing. And we got Will.
Oh no! Who let him in? What's up, Will?
Hey.
I got my new larger than life cup. Frank, how you doing, buddy?
Hey man, how's it going? How are you?
Doing
How
good.
you doing?
And everybody else.
Cool. Just
yeah,
doing a
yeah.
little string of
Yeah,
little
that one's
live.
funded, Michael. That one is funded. It funded last night. It's at 1,000. We were talking about
Okay.
we were talking about Michael's book,
Okay.
Elysian Fields.
Oh, I was like, wait 1 second. Did someone like drop?
Yeah.
Just duck it.
Elysian Fields, the soft cover edition is still, it's 13 hours away and it still needs a big push. So we're going to definitely push it out there in the morning. And what do you think, Will? You want to do that tomorrow?
Yeah, what time?
I think it ends at noon. So we'd have to come out at like 11 Eastern in the morning.
All right, just message me. Send me the link for that in private chat. I'll throw it up on Outright Geekery.
It's in the private chat.
Well, I just got in here, so there's nothing in the private chat for me.
Oh, why wouldn't it be?
Aha!
Technology.
Foolish pops.
Never foolish. Never foolish. Not always on time, but never foolish.
Oh, yeah.
Well, you read that crappy book during the blackout during CromCon.
Yeah, well,
After most of us would realize it was that bad during the first few pages.
Okay,
Wait, what book are you talking about?
We're not allowed to say.
Didn't we cover that?
Somebody put it in the private chat. You can't just drop a bomb like that.
Sure I can.
We already talked about it, and we talked about it a bunch of times. It's always the after. That's
right. You know what, Pops? You and I actually did discuss that on a post show at one point. I remember you talking about it. Yeah. I'm sorry.
It's a flicker of light, dude. Okay.
We have so many conversations.
I just had to start some shit because I'm in here now.
Do you get an amazing sketch for backing at 100 for the vampire book? For the vampire book, we're talking about an amazing sketch at 50 backers. At 50 backers, Trick.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's announce that. Announcing it here live. You have the exclusive. Here's the exclusive. At 50 backers, the first 50 people will be chosen and receive an original
One person will be chosen. One person will be chosen out of the first 50 people.
Yep.
Yeah. Not everybody, but yes, one piece of original art will go out to one of the first 50 backers.
Yep.
And then again at 100 backers, probably.
Yep.
Frank, you know.
Let's. I mean, I would do every 50 would get people, you know, and one original sketch goes out.
Yes.
But how would I have to do that now? Just those 50, or would it be to the 100 now? It's just to the 50.
When you get to 100, then you do it for 100. When you get to 150, you do it for 150. It's a backer reward.
You randomize it from.
But I'm just saying, do you include all 100 when you get to the 100?
If I'm the first backer, I want to be involved in every one of those backer drawings, right?
Right.
Guy here. I deserve to be involved in all them. I was the first guy here, right? So you know,
I need to learn my Kickstarter etiquette, man.
And see, this also encourages them to share it.
Yeah,
the existing backers to share it. That means there'll be another drawing and another drawing, or another random. I mean, you know. So now it's not just you and your team sharing it. But now the people that are backing the book are sharing it because they want more people to back the book. So there's another chance to win a piece of original art, and another chance.
I like your style, man. I think you should be running my Kickstarter. I think, man. I like it. No, I think it's a great idea. I wouldn't have thought of that myself. It's great.
I've come up with all these ideas, but it's because I've been in such close proximity to what people have been doing for the last 10 months.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I was very involved in the promotion of Mojo Rising, and basically that just blew up into me just promoting everybody. And that's when I started realizing that there's ways to increase this. Like I said, bouncing off each other's fan bases.
Yeah, right. No, I love that idea.
You know,
I mean, the problem I think I've had is just getting the word out. Like I don't know if you think this is a lot, but maybe 1,700 followers on Twitter, another 500 on my personal. Friends on Facebook is between 3 different things, 3,000. But I don't really get the interaction, or it doesn't seem like all those backers come to back me, right? Or they don't receive the tweets or the Instagrams, and I have Instagram followers over 5,000, but it's not like even 500 of those are coming to the Kickstarter. So maybe the fans of my Instagram aren't fans of this book. I just don't know how to reach the fans of this type of book, right? I mean, that's the problem I think I'm trying to solve.
What you might want to do is talk to Kevin over at Inked Marketing, like that link that I sent you over the other night.
You got to check this out too, because the last CromCon, we shared, we have a third destination for the feed, right? It goes to the YouTube, it goes to the group. The third destination last time went to Ted Lodi's sci-fi group, sci-fi and horror group. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what I always say. Don't just rely on the comic book groups. Rely on like genre groups that match.
Right. I network with genres too.
Yeah, totally.
See what I'm saying? I made sure that I shared the feed. I'm going to do it for every CromCon. I'm going to share the feed to a different group, right? A genre group, something that's an offshoot, right? So that you guys that do genre comics also are getting seen in places that people like that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
there
people that
there's 4 or 5 horror groups that the admins are also in my comic group. You know?
Yeah, that's great. That's great. And I do share, like, in the groups I'm in, like, I try to share stuff. And I've even started a few groups where I'm the admin, so I can kind of control and share. And then, like, actually, they're not groups, they're more pages. Like, I'm the admin of the pages. But, yeah, so groups, if on a page people can't, I guess, share. But, yeah, you always get that, you know, don't spam the group. Don't put. So, yeah, that's where I'm like, oh, and then I'll spam. Oh, you can't spam. I'm like, dudes, I just want to promote one thing here. Like, it's not like I'm doing it all the time. So, you know, I guess maybe I just need to join more comics groups or something, or 90s bad girl books or 90s horror comic groups, you know?
Well, see, that's you found the right group now. Comic related madness is going to. It's like I kind of made it my goal to make it the premier promotion group for indie comics.
Right, that's awesome.
I mean, it's like, is it the biggest yet? No, it's getting there. We ain't even been around but a year. We're over $2,000, and it's
that's great.
And I do not pad the numbers, Frank. We don't pad the numbers. They are comic people.
Yeah, 2,000 hardcore comic fans. That's great.
Yeah, they're comic people. They're either creators or people like Trish and Michael that buy the crap out of books. They're like me, you know. That's, you know, most of my life has been shit. Guys like you been entertaining me all my life. I'm just giving it back, man.
So you were reading comics in the 90s?
Oh, dude, I was reading comics in the 70s.
So don't lie, you were reading comics in the 50s.
So you must remember, you must remember the time before there were comics book stores, right? Like you were reading, you were buying them off the newsstand? Newsstand
Rack Kid, yeah.
Spinner Rack Kid, yeah.
He was reading Flash Gordon strips.
So what was the first comic store when it came around by you? Do you remember it?
I do not remember the first comic store that showed up in the hood. I don't know if one did show up in the hood. I think I was probably in my 20s the first time I went inside an actual comic store.
Oh, really? I was going into them in the 80s when I was a kid. I was probably 12 or 13. There was one called Jim's Comics.
Okay, well, in the 80s, I was in my 20s.
So where did you grow up? Where did you grow up?
I'm a 60s baby.
But what part of the country?
Oh, Midwest, Minnesota and Arizona. We had the back and forth thing going on.
Dude, there had to be a comic store that in the 80s is when they started popping up, even the late 70s, you know?
Yeah, well, I was a mythology kid in school. I liked mythology.
Tolkien and stuff.
Well, like actual Greek mythology. That was my.
I mean, actual literature, real literature.
Yeah, that was my bridge.
That scared me.
That was my bridge into comics.
You mean like the written word, like books? Yeah, those are scary to me.
Yes, that was where I started at. In mythology.
That's cool. No, that's great. That's great.
And then one day I'm standing in the supermarket line with Mom, and there's a spinner rack right there by the in the checkout line.
You're like, what's that?
And there's Thor and Hulk.
Yep.
on the cover of Defenders number 10.
Well, talking about written word, didn't you just recently put out some written wordy stuff here not too long ago?
I did, yeah. I gave it a shot. I did a thing called Beyond Lovecraft and put it out on Amazon KDP. It was a little bit. It was difficult to write prose, I have to admit. I struggled with it, but I put it out. I did it. I finished a Lovecraftian anthology and put it out. I like comics, though. I think it was hard for me to do the written word, but it was COVID. I was like, I had nothing to do. I'm like, I'm gonna write a novel, and I'm gonna write an anthology. So I tried it. It's out there. It's up on Amazon. But comics, I think I tell stories better with pictures, right? It's just a little bit easier.
It's a more robust medium.
Yeah.
You scored a new fan here with Trish. Well, Trish and Mike both, obviously. You scored a new
Hi,
fan.
Trish. Hi, Mike. How's it going?
She sent you a friend request, and they're going to be sharing your stuff out with people. So
oh, cool, man. I love it. If I give too many, I've got 5,000 friends and I can't accept. I'm really bummed. I got to get rid of some. Or you could follow me. I have a page too. Maybe I'll give you the link to my page. Should I do that?
I had not realized that.
What do you guys? Yeah, what do you guys do when you're on Facebook and you reach 5,000 and you can't accept any more friends? It's like kind of.
This is the first thing you do is you go get rid of all of the ones that have been deactivated. Or they've quit. They're just not.
Yeah, I got all these people. I got all these
400 or 500 of them that aren't even active anymore.
So so this is I'm ignorant. So how do I find that? How do I know?
You just go to your members list.
Hold on a second.
And as you scroll down, as you scroll down, you'll be able to tell because their profile picture will be gone.
Okay. Here's my page. I'll just give you that link if you want to show that out. Let me just do this real quick while you're here. I'm sorry, guys. So go to my profile. All right, go to my friends list.
Yeah.
5,000. All right, now what?
Now, if you scroll down, can you see where the one, as you scroll down, you'll see that there'll be ones with no profile picture, and they're basically just not active anymore. And if they're not active anymore, they're just stopping somebody else from seeing your stuff.
Yeah.
So I don't see, I'm going down, I'm scrolling down. I don't see anyone that doesn't have a picture yet. Oh, there's one. Oh, no.
The first ones that you see will be the ones you interact with the most.
Oh, okay.
As you go down that list, you will see more and more people that you've never heard of, that you don't talk to. Yep. You know what I mean? It's like, it's kind of just a pick and choose. Who are your actual backers and who are people just wanted to be your friend?
Who interacts with what you're putting up?
Yeah.
Yeah, how can you see that list? Can you see this person shared a lot of stuff and this person didn't okay, here's someone with no picture.
Okay, so go look at their profile. What do they got? Nothing?
Do I have to open their profile?
Well, some of them won't even open. That's what I mean. You'll know it's a dead account.
But I don't want to have to scroll down this list again. Should I open in a new page? Fuck.
Yeah, or
account deactivated, unfriend. Bye-bye.
See? Every time you do that, you can add somebody who actually cares about what you're doing.
Got it. So, I don't know, all these people, I'm scrolling, these all have, and these are people from high school. There's one. No picture.
It's whack-a-mole, man.
Yeah, anybody without a picture, you just boot them.
I like what Trish said. Delete family because I like my comic stuff better than the family drama.
Okay, so now when I went back to my friends list, this is what sucks. I went all the way back to the top again. Fuck.
Yeah, well, see, that's what I mean. It's kind of a pain in the ass, but every now and then you just got to flush out some of the crap and make room for real people.
Can you put this list the other way, shit.
I don't know if there's ways.
You just have to keep going down this list. Oh, this is a lot of work, man.
Yeah, it is a lot of work, but like
I'm
said,
available to be hired as an admin.
even if you just do it once in a while, somebody actually expressed interest in your work,
You can,
right?
hey, you can hire somebody to unfriend people for you.
Yes, you can.
Oh yeah, I love firing people.
That's
You're all
awesome.
fired. All of you.
Yeah.
Or trigger them.
Can you
post on their page? We're sorry, you're fired. Put a big picture of Trump up there, and then leave and unfriend them.
But can you unfriend people that like just don't interact with your stuff, or you can't really tell that, right?
No, other than just paying attention to what happens on your feed, whether they're liking it or commenting or
here's one.
sharing, because it'll give you a list of the, you can click on the thing where it says
Here's one.
Yeah.
No picture.
Well, bam.
Gone. Boom.
It doesn't say add friend. That's where she's in my friend thing, but it says add friend.
No, I mean you already bumped her.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
If it's telling you to add her, then you're not friends with her anymore. Or no.
Well, wait, that could be Trish.
Oh no, wait. It says, well, why do all these say add friend, respond? Oh, I'm in the shit.
Oh, that's all the people that are trying to be your friend.
Oh, I see. Right. And do you got to search those? I used to like search them and say, "Are you real? Or are you just like a?"
Well, see, that's just it. If you see somebody that that interacts with you, then you go bump one of them clowns that don't, and you add the person that does.
Got it. It's a lot of work, though. I get it,
The
man.
easiest way to do is just to make sure that you check it out as you're going, man.
Yeah, I don't add people that aren't comic people that I don't have some kind of like a bunch of mutuals with, or they're in my group. I mean, if they're just somebody like just random, and I go look at their profile and they got no comic nothing, they don't want to be my friend. They're not. They're just padding their numbers.
Well, unless it's somebody in the area or something.
Well,
a lot of
those people are just padding their numbers, though.
I mean,
They're padding their numbers and clogging yours up.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
A lot of these are people I've worked with in the past, people I know from comics. Some people I don't even know, but they know me from comics or animation. People that work on blogs. Like it's all. I'm not seeing really any people that I want to unfriend. They're all people that from the business.
No, that's what I mean. You'll get down. You have to get down lower into that 5,000 before you're going to find the people what you see at the top of the list are the people that actually like your stuff. They'll hit the like button. They'll comment. Those are the people you see at the top.
Oh, here's one. No picture. Here's one with no picture.
And the farther down that list you get, the more you'll see people you've never heard of.
Oh, here's one that was already removed. He was in the list, but he was already removed because count was deactivated. I get it. I mean, this is a lot of work. I mean, can you?
Welcome back to Indies, Frank.
You know what I want to do? Can you just send people to your page? Because that way people could just follow you, right?
Look,
yes.
Frank. Trish already has somebody asking if you're going to be doing the interview circle. So,
I'm
we can
there.
put you on shows, dude. We can put you on 10 shows, man. No problem.
I'm into it. Look, I want to get out there. I'm sitting home with COVID and I'm going freaking crazy. I'm losing my shit. So I need to interact with somebody. You know what I mean? It's like too much time. I thought I could deal with it. Like mentally, I'm like, yeah, this is cool. I could get my shit done. And then you're like, I'm like, holy fuck, I'm gonna lose it. You know what I mean?
That's how I found to keep my sanity with social. My social activity has been basically online with all the comics people I know. Even if it's just sitting down bullshitting while, doing a jam session, even if it's not live, sitting there talking about shit while you're both working on stuff,
This is another good idea right here. Make a second account for promoting your comics. And only let people be part of it that are actual comic people.
You mean a personal account or a page?
Probably a page.
Well, the only thing is with
title, with your book title,
a personal account specifically for your art, like your artist side, and have a personal Facebook
and then your like business Facebook, and then your page and what have you. There's a million things you can do.
Yeah.
And I do find though, if it's a regular profile and not like a specific like
Facebook page.
like an art page, you're getting more traction off of a regular profile than you
I
are.
don't know. I have my page. I just put
It
up the
depends
link
on how
there.
much you maintain, how much content you're dropping. If you're dropping a lot of content, you're going to get a lot of
Well,
response.
the thing is, the way Facebook works with their algorithms, if you're not paying them for that fucking boost, then your shit's not getting out there near as much as.
That's why I say it's on
And it's
you
not like that
to
boost
drop
does
good
too much
content
anyway.
and share it out. Then see,
What's that, Mike?
I was going to say, it's not like paying for the boost does you a whole lot.
No,
Right.
No, I don't think it does. I don't.
It
No,
doesn't.
I
it
don't think
doesn't.
it does. I think
That's what I'm
do
saying.
anything.
That's why I don't think the pages get as much traction because they're
Well,
only really boosting if
but
it
that's just
actually
it.
even would work, you know.
But look, Phil, look at Christian's fucking page. 50,000 followers, dude.
that's pretty
It's
good.
content. He puts a lot of content.
What is he? What is he doing? Comic book
up.
stuff?
Doctor Who page, The Legend of the Traveling TARDIS.
Okay.
He's got 50,000 followers on his page. It's how much you promote it, how much work you put into it, and how much content is there for people to look at. You know, if there's a lot there and people are sharing it out and everybody's seeing it and coming to look at it, your page gets traction. If you just drop a piece of art every now and then and nobody knows you did, your page ain't gonna get no traction. It's just like the group. We promoted the crap out of this group. We still do.
What do you guys think about Pinterest? Because a lot of people are saying that Facebook and Twitter, it's hard to grow followers, on Instagram and all that, and that Pinterest is a great way for people to discover you.
I mean,
all of
I think
them are
they
great
were
ways
for
to
a
be
minute, but
discovered.
I think
You know?
Instagram gets more traction in the art field than Pinterest does.
It depends. Like I feel that for in particular comic stuff, you're going to have a lot better of a time on platforms like Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, but like Pinterest, it's I don't know, from what I've seen,
Pinterest is for soccer moms.
Pinterest and like Tumblr and stuff like that. There's you have to fit a certain style, and like Pinterest seems to be more of like a people just kind of collecting like their favorite art or their favorite cooking recipes, this, that, the other.
Like the madness used to be. It's like, look what I got, everybody.
Right.
Yeah. Like I wouldn't use it as a way to try and like promote myself. And
Right.
Phil just left.
Right.
That guy, man. Let me tell you.
And I took, when I was doing my Kickstarter, and I also do web comics. We could talk about Webtoon and Tapas. You know, I don't understand Reddit, but I go to Reddit comics and I'll post. And I don't know if it gets voted up or down, but I put it there anyway because I feel like you might as well, if you've got something new, like put it up there. So I don't
Mike
really
knows a little something about webtoons.
knows?
No. When it comes down to the webcomic thing, I feel that, I personally,
I give him a chance to plug his new show, and what does he do?
So I do It Came From Webtoon with Eric Hodgson on Mondays. In fact, we wrapped up our show here around 9:30.
Oh, cool.
Talking about what was tonight's book? It was that There Goes My Short-Term Memory, people. But like we talk about a different webtoon each night. This evening was Ghost Metal, and it's a solid comic. But I think that when it comes down to the usage of webtoon and these online comic platforms, it's a really good way for us to expand our base. It's not necessarily something that is going to guarantee somebody from coming over from that platform and going to back one of our campaigns. But if you're at a convention and you've been putting stuff out on Webtoon, you never know who is going to have seen that from there. And that's also another avenue that you can use to promote, where people one day in a convention, if you're like, yeah, you can kind of read up to a certain point on the webtoon, and then they go and they read that on their free time, then all of a sudden they're back at your booth to go buy your comic. Like granted, we're like, there hasn't been a convention in a minute, but like, they are starting to come back, and hopefully they'll come back in full swing eventually.
Yeah, right. And I think that's what I see about webtoon is like, I know it might not make money, and I know those people might not come to my Kickstarter, but I feel like if I could somehow build some fans or get my stuff known, that it's kind of worth it, because what other platforms are there to get your stuff out there? That's a platform where people are hungry to consume comics. So even though most of it's manga and slice of life and that romance stuff, I thought maybe my stuff would stand out as different,
The thing that people buy for with webtoons is to become a featured artist. That's what you're really buying for on webtoons. When you become a featured artist, then they actually pay you to put your book up there.
But don't you become a featured artist by working in Canvas? Because that's where all my stuff is, in Canvas.
You have to have an editor reach out to you. You'd want to, if you really want to know about it, I would suggest talking to Jason Brubaker.
I know him. Yeah, I had lunch with him. He worked at DreamWorks. He told me all shit about. He was like, "This is how I did it. This is how I did it." And like, but he wasn't even on Webtoon. He just had a website when he was doing it.
Yeah. But he was on Webtoon. He's got Sithra up there. That's where he put Sithra. Now he ran the entire line up there, and then he did his books. So he got a lot of his fans from there.
Right. So he was approached by the editor, so he got paid to do it.
Yes, he got paid to do that. Yes. He was a featured artist.
Right, and that's probably because he's so popular with his webcomic.
Yeah, that I'm sure was the Disney hitch. I don't remember how he said if they approached him at a con or a show. I don't remember, but
right. Yeah, I know Jason. I know his stuff. It's very he's great. He's mastered the webtoon, and I met him. It was probably like 5 or 6 years ago at DreamWorks. He invited me over there and told me all about how he promoted using Comic Rocket and all that stuff. And I'm like, I'm going to do that. And then I was like, it was so much to do what I was doing and then try to do your webcomic. Yeah. Now I'm more into it. I like the platform. Mm-hmm. So like, I just shared a link, like that's Undead Evil, right? This is all on Canvas. And I don't know. I have like, here's Billy Boy. I have 44 followers. I mean, it's like nothing, right?
Yeah, you really got to hit the right genre, and it could be how you're classifying it. Like if you're classifying it as horror, and if you put it like in romance as a secondary, you might pick up more there too. It's kind of hard because a lot of it's manga oriented.
No, I know. And then so here's what I did. So I said, oh, this is more manga. So here's the thing I did called Infinite Kid. Mm-hmm. Right, so this is where I got a manga artist to draw a manga stuff.
More
of Jim's
crappy art.
Who did that?
That's more of Jim's crappy art. We don't want to look at that.
Man. No, I liked it.
Oh man, I wonder what that was from. Hold on,
I don't know.
Is that from a Kickstarter you're doing now?
No, that's actually for Michael's Kickstarter.
It's for our upcoming Indiegogo. We have our mailing list going on right now for the Embrace, and it's actually one of the top 5 trending. It's in the top 5 trending pre-launch campaigns.
Nice, I like it.
Jim is doing our pinup that you get for free if you sign up for that mailing list. So, sign up for the mailing list and you get this phenomenal piece of art by Jim.
Yeah, couldn't get anybody good as Kidman to start a fire.
So are you by top trending pre-launch? Like, how are you drawing people to the pre-launch, and how many followers do you have now that you're in pre-launch?
We currently have
the hell out of it, Frank. That's what we do. We share the hell out of it.
We like there's a bit of for me, I've been on a lot of shows. Like you can ask
that. Like I do a lot of shows, right?
I share the hell out of it. It's like every
I'm-
time.
And
Mike
what do you go on and do like live drawing and just talk about comics and show your stuff? Oh, that's cool. I like that Galactus, man. That's very cool.
Oh,
pretty much, and like it's also about like who you bringing on your campaign and what have you.
you bring somebody else on, and you bring their fan base on too.
Exactly.
Yeah,
So, like,
right,
You know
right,
what I'm
right.
saying?
we
You do
had
a connecting cover with somebody, and you bring their fan base, and
Yeah.
you just keep expanding it in every possible way you can think of, and that's all we do. Like if I see. I'm sitting here and I'm screwing around, and oh, there's Mike's book goes by on Twitter. Oh, bam! I hit the share and I send it to the group. Or if I'm in the group and there's Dorfeace's book in the group, bam! I'll hit my Twitter. I'll send it to Twitter. I just keep sharing everything everywhere as much as I can. And if you really want to know how people get to that place where you're trending, it's because they're being
everybody's
seen
helping you
everywhere.
out and stuff. Yeah.
You
I don't. Yeah, my current Kickstarter is all me, but yeah, the next one I should get some other multiple covers, get some guys that are, from Zenoscope or whatever to do some art that have big
you
followings.
get somebody like Chuck Panau to edit it. You bring in his huge fan base.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? It's like it's all of it ties in. All of it ties in. Having a good cover artist, have somebody like Jim O'Reilly do a pinup for you. Having
Oh, if you don't want it to sell.
all these things.
Jim, do you work for the majors, Jim? Do you work for Marvel or DC or
No,
anybody?
I do not.
It's all indie stuff, huh?
Yes, we're currently working on a book called Mojo Rising, Origin Story, which I'll bring up in a second.
And do you do anything through Diamond, or it's all just kickstarted and self?
Well, I only do comics part time, so yeah, I got a full time gig.
Right.
I only do part time stuff. I've done like sketch card work for
right.
Good Tops and all that jazz.
Oh, isn't that beautiful?
I mean, is your goal to work for some of the other companies? Like, or do you put it out there?
It used to be. It isn't anymore.
Yeah, right.
Look at these colors. I don't think I've seen these colors. These are incredible.
Yeah, the colorist is Sigmund Torre. He's working with Billy Tucci right now doing some stuff.
Cool. That guy, you see that guy in the top hat right there?
Yeah, Tucci. We were talking about Bad Girl stuff yesterday. Like when you talk about Zenoscope or Chaos or Lady Death, she, I guess, in essence, was kind of a Bad Girl book from the 90s, right? And he's still around.
Oh, yeah.
Tara, Witch of the Black Rose, Jim Ballant. There's still those books out there.
Jim, the frog was a beautiful touch.
Oh, you like the frog, right?
I just want you to know the frog was a beautiful touch.
That was fucking hilarious.
Oh, Frank, I need to see your Lobo, dude. I need to see your Lobo.
The Lobo? Oh, right.
Both of them. The if you still got the digital, that too. But Raj
was the traditional one. Where is it?
Raj is in the chat.
Oh, Raj finally showed up.
Raj, check that shit out, bro.
Total Bisley style,
That's what's up, dude. That's what's up.
That's nice. Very nice.
That looks like pop after a CromCon weekend.
Copic markers or
Copic markers, Prismacolor.
Nice.
I use Tombow. Do you guys use the Tombow pens? You ever use those?
I once or twice I did.
Hold on. Coming back, tools of the trade. So yeah, like these things.
Yep.
These things have a great, sharp, like hard point that stays sharp. That's what I like about them. It doesn't go soft like these Pigmas. They're cool, and they have like a bigger tip, but the tip goes bad. It goes bad real fast. But they're nice, and they have a nice black color. Then I use Copics, but I also use like Prismacolors because they have they have that point, and then they have, the brush point. So I don't use just Copics. But this, I think, that's a Kuretake.
Oh yeah, they're nice.
But Tombow is just like this too. But that's what I use for the inking of that one.
Nice.
And then you wanted to see the digital Lobo right there. If you want to screen share.
Check it out, Ron.
Kind of fun.
Nice.
Yeah, I want. Hey, Bill, you want to color that one too? Oh, where'd Bill go?
He's been gone, man. I don't know what happened. He cut out while he was like mid sentence a while back.
Oh,
and I about him leaving.
They got
and
such
he just hasn't been back.
crappy internet down there where he's at.
What do you guys think of what do you guys think of mashups?
I love mashups.
Like, I was doing these. I was trying to sell them on eBay. People weren't going for them, but like, okay, Rick and Morty style, right?
Okay.
But drawing like
like Batman and Batman and Rick and Morty.
Rick and Morty style.
Yes.
I see where you're going.
Yes. People didn't like those.
I tried to sell them. I couldn't sell them for $20, man. I don't know. So then you just do like
for $20.
I had full color ones I couldn't sell for 20.
No way. Okay, look, we have.
Well, do you still got them? Because we're lined up right now.
We have another
How about
group.
this?
Right?
This is so like
Right. We have a sister group called the Comic Related Marketplace.
Oh, cool.
And it's for stuff just like that. Go make a post, put them all up there. You know?
They'll be gone in like a weekend.
Dude, I'm serious.
Here,
As it is right now, one of the admins over there is a huge horror fan.
Oh, cool. Let me grab them and I'll show you guys what I'm talking about. These are traditional. You get pull something else.
Oh,
Give me
yeah.
2 seconds.
Okay.
I got you. I can pull something up.
Whoa, not that kind of show.
Yeah. It is now.
Oh, as soon as I get on it, it was, yeah. So I already posted the Michael's countdown show for tomorrow. While you guys were chatting, I wrote the thing up in StreamYard, shared it out to all the groups. Michael's got it on his personal page, so ready to go around 11 o'clock tomorrow morning.
All right. You hear that, Michael?
Yeah, I saw it. I liked it. I think I should.
He gave me a heart.
All right.
Yeah. I'm comfortable.
It was still bleeding.
Hey, Pops.
Yeah.
You should look at that share screen.
Which one? This one? I got like 3 of them in the background, man. So
Nice.
see this particular book right here. Yeah. I think I already did it.
Hey, Mike, I wanted to congratulate you on the. You got a really good review from the 1-Inch Comic Guy. Did you see that YouTube?
Yeah.
Cool.
That he did on your book, man.
He gave me probably one of the greatest compliments I've ever been given. Like he is not an easy critic. And,
no, not at all.
He tore us apart on some stuff, but when he said that it was one of the best books that he had read, I went, "Oh shit." I really, really hope I didn't fuck up on Pyramid Gambit because he backed. So like, I'm literally on pins and needles, man.
I told you guys, we can sell the crap out of your first book, but your second book sells on how good your first book was.
Yeah. Well, like if Inch High's review counts for anything, the first book is good.
That's what I'm saying. So that's where we expect now that it's going to be good.
Yeah, I know, but
that's why we're buying it, the next one, because the first one was good.
But like
that's your best seller. Okay, that's what sells book 2 is how good book 1 is, not how well I can promote it.
Yeah, I know, but being told, hey, this is
this might be the best crowdfunded book I have read from a writing standpoint.
Yeah.
Like for me, like literally when I got that review, I was going back through my scripts and I was like, I need to make sure everything is perfect. Like I literally went through back through my script. I hit up our letterist because he had already started lettering pages. Like, we need to fix this. We need to fix this. We need to fix this. And he's just like, why are these edits all coming now? And I was like, because like they probably were gonna come anyway. But like, oh man, when you have someone like Inch High giving you that kind of praise, it's like I need to make sure that we maintain.
See,
But
and that's why I don't do reviews. I don't want people stressing out what I think about their freaking book.
man,
Well, if you want an honest review from me, send me the book and a bottle of tequila.
Fuck yeah, I'm keeping that in mind.
I'll send you the book, not the tequila.
I need the Patron.
But yeah, just like that.
I try
I
to
don't
find
want-
something positive
I don't want
in
people
any book.
stressing out over what I said about their book, or stressing out about whether or not the next book's going to be good enough because of what I said about their first book. I don't want to be that guy. That's why I don't do reviews.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
Now,
me too.
I will
Unless
come
it's
out here
Donnie
and tell
Cates. I
you
hate
if
that
love your
mofo.
book. I will come out here and tell you if I love your book. I'm not going to pick your book apart.
Right. Yeah, totally. So all right, I got this stuff. You guys want to see it?
Oh
This
yeah.
is stuff that I did. This is a bloodshot.
Oh, come on.
Bob's Burgers.
Bob's Burgers is
Yeah,
bloodshot.
bloodshot.
Oh, mashup, right?
That's awesome.
Yeah, just take a picture of each one and make a single post and put them all the pictures on the one post. Dude, yeah.
Black with Bob as a Bob's Burgers character.
I cannot believe those did not sell on eBay.
Couldn't
Man.
sell them on eBay. Here's Vengeance of Vampirella.
Oh
as a Bob's
my
Burgers.
God, look at that.
Nice.
Dude.
And these are the Bob's Burgers covers. That's just Tina.
Have you just gone straight to a Bob's Burgers fan page and put these up?
Yeah, they don't. They're like, don't post anything if you're gonna sell it, and don't they don't want you posting if you're selling
Yeah, I
shit.
hate that shit, man. That's why we have the madness, bro.
Okay, so that's the sketch cover. So here's some of the other stuff. All right, so here's Rick.
Swifty.
So there's
Dude, look at that Wonder Woman.
Adam Strange, in the Rick and Morty style is what that
Yes.
is.
I love that Adam Strange dude.
Dude.
I need that Joker.
Will is the Joker fan, dude.
And there's an old Green Lantern in Rick and Morty style.
Alan Scott. Oh,
That's rad.
Here's more Hellboy and Superman in Rick and Morty style.
Super Unibrow.
Here's that's a Pickle Rick, and then a Batman.
Dude,
that Batman was kind of
didn't sell.
Batman was kind of.
Look.
Here's Aquaman. The Aquaman was cool.
Look, we're gonna have an auction right now. Hold
and
on.
another Joker.
Another
We're gonna have an
Joker.
auction right now because look, Will
Original Captain Marvel, male Captain Marvel. Is that sexist to say that? I don't know. And then a Joker, a kind of crazy Joker. I don't know.
Trisha already wants to know if Joker's for sale.
That Joker's for sale. There's Green Lantern and Ms. Marvel.
Dude, those are amazing. I can't believe
sell them. Nobody wants them.
No.
Original Batwoman.
Come on.
Well, it's better than the one on TV.
Yeah, that's a low bar.
The yellow jacket.
I know, but
Look at the yellow jacket. Oh, fuck.
Ben.
And then, then others even, here's some Now that's a Rick, but it's not in Rick and Morty style, and then a Joker in Rick and Morty style.
Dude.
And then Adam. Who's the girl in pink? Can you guys guess who that is? Kind of an odd character.
Is that Veronica?
Nope. That what does look like her though.
It does look like her, yeah.
It's one of the characters from Kirby's New Gods.
Oh, okay. I know who you're talking about. I don't know her. I can't remember her name though.
Cyclops. I don't know. That Spider Woman's kind of weird.
Jessica Drew.
There's a Beast, as in Rick and Morty style.
Nice.
Right?
Come on, man.
Look at
Marvel
Girl.
Marvel Girl.
Penguin. And there's some uncolored ones. There's Thor. And then these are just some girls, like just some cartoony. I was sketching with a marker, just trying to draw some goth girls, I guess.
Nice.
Goth style, kind of. Yeah, the Joker's for sale. Trish is asking. I don't know. I was selling these for. I mean, for you guys, like, I don't even know what I was gonna sell. Which Joker going? I don't know which Joker.
The first one you showed, I think, is the
This
one
one.
that you jumped at.
That one?
Is that the one, Trish? She said, "Ladies first." Will, back off.
I mean, I could do a similar one if you guys both want them. I mean, you know, it's on 9x12, like maybe $30. Is that a good price?
$30.
I don't know. Is that the Joker? Is that the Joker you wanted?
Yes.
She just said yes.
Yes, it is.
Is that one?
Will
yeah, it's original. It's full color and it's on you know, like nice paper. But yeah, I don't know. I was trying to sell that stuff. It's weird. It's like, oh, here's some other stuff.
You just sold one. Look at that. There it is. Look.
There's an Arcane.
She just told you you sold one.
That sounds good.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Hold up, Trish. You might want one of them other ones instead. Hold up.
And here's just some goth stuff.
Woo!
Man, I'm gonna be buying like one picture a month from Frank for the rest of the year now.
Yeah.
You know, kind of. Oh, here's some cool ones. Just that's a Rick and a Bob. That's a Bob in Rick and Morty style. Check it out. It's a Bob in Rick and Morty style.
Nice. So yeah,
there's a fucked up Joker.
She wants that one, and she sent you she sent you her email, and she said send her an invoice, please.
Let me write that down. You have her email? I just lost it.
Right
Oh, there
here.
it is. 101.
So there you go. I'm glad I could help you out make a little money tonight, brother.
Yeah, for sure, man.
That's what we do.
You know, I don't know why. I don't know if you guys have a better place. I post these on Comic Art Fans and eBay, and nobody, you know, buys them. But I've got a I could send you a bunch of stuff you could pick from it, Trish. I got so much stuff, man. I just want to get rid of it, really.
Yeah,
well, if you just want to get rid of it,
I wrote down artist.
That goes to Jim too.
Be gone. I'll take it as a donation.
I wrote down the Artist Alley shopping network on Facebook you talked about. So I could just go there and post like that's what they want. That's not spamming.
No, Artist Alley, they actually set up people to do like live drawing shows and all kinds of stuff there, man. They're pretty cool over there.
Okay. That's cool. You know those guys?
Yeah, there's quite a few of them that are in the madness. It's I think the one that I see the most do stuff out of there is Mog Park.
That's
the name. Awesome. I love Mog. She does tremendous work.
How do you spell that?
MOGPARK.
Mog Park.
She's like probably the person I know that does the most stuff over there. That's who I'd get with if I was going to set something up.
Yeah, cool. I mean, I'm into you know, doing all of these any podcasts or live drawings or whatever you guys think that anyone else would want to have me on, because I don't know, everything else that I'm doing to try to get the word out there doesn't seem to be working. So I'll
it's all word of mouth now, man.
Yeah,
it's all
yeah.
right here. I mean,
because
people
social.
aren't walking by the table at the con going,
I know,
"Oh, that's
I know.
cool."
I know.
That was why I started doing CromCon way back in April, dude.
Yeah, right.
Was just because all my friends didn't have a place to set up their tables.
Yeah, I know. I was set up to do like 4 or 5 cons. I was doing Phoenix, Comic-Con, WonderCon, LA Con, Long Beach, and now, yeah, where are you gonna go? You can't go in there. This is it. This is the new Comic-Con.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're going to do CromCon Europe this weekend. That's my first time just highlighting people from over in Europe.
Right.
But every month I've been doing it since April, once a month, where I take the whole weekend and I give everybody that wants to come out a chance to come out and talk about their stuff.
Right.
We're about to do CromCon 11, bro. We've been doing it since April, every month.
Every month you do it once a month. And then how many guests do you have on? It just goes like in order. You just go in order, one at a time.
I try to keep it. I'm going to try to keep it so like adults oriented stuff is in the evening and the more all ages stuff is in the daytime. But I start at noon Eastern time, and every 30 minutes we got a different.
Right, one after the other. And how many followers? How many people do you get tuning in, like watching?
It's been pretty awesome, man. We're getting like, I mean, since we hooked up with NSC TV, it's like our reach has expanded quite a bit.
Cool.
We're
and then
getting out there.
StreamYard, you go to everywhere else on StreamYard, so it's live on Twitch or wherever else.
I got it on. It goes on StreamYard, or I mean, it goes on to my YouTube page. It goes to the Comic Related Madness group. And I have a third destination, like I was saying earlier, that every month I send it out to a different group. You see, like last month, it was to a horror and sci-fi group I added as the third group, so that some of my friends that do horror and sci-fi were being featured in a place where people are there to see horror and sci-fi. So, I mean, it's like I'm trying to make sure that everybody gets the best benefit from my reach as possible.
Right. If they don't see the live show, they could watch the taped show.
Well, yeah, it's always on the YouTube channel. You can go watch, like, you can go back months.
Yeah, right.
Stuff on the YouTube channel. But we also just set up a Rumble. I'm going to be doing it on Rumble now too, so that everything I do is also, the content's going to go up there, because there's some people that don't do YouTube. There's some people.
Yeah, Rumble is like the alternative to YouTube, right?
Yeah. So it's like I'm just trying to get your.
What about E-Bombs World? Are you gonna be on E-Bombs World? You should put it up there.
It's all everywhere. Everywhere that I see there's an audience. Yeah. I'm trying to get you guys seen.
I appreciate it. I think
I don't make no money. This ain't about me at all.
Yeah, right.
I've been doing this since COVID hit. Yeah. Since Emerald City went down. And all my friends who had money in tables and hotel accommodations and stuff for the whole summer just went, oh shit. And I was like, no, man, I can't just let all my friends just sit here and have nothing. Right. I started CromCon. Come on out, guys. Come on out and show everybody your stuff. And our group was only like 400 people then, 500 people. Comic Related Madness was just a little group then.
That's still a lot, though. 400 or 500, I would say, is a lot.
Well, it's definitely helped the group grow doing this, because we're we're pushing 2,100 now.
That's awesome.
And it's only been since April, that kind of growth. But yeah, I know you, Trish. I know. I don't make it either. I just send more out watching me. And I do it. Yeah. Look, I'm the brokest guy in the room. Okay, I ain't gonna lie. All this stuff, most of it is stuff I've won or was given to me, or stuff that my son bought.
Right.
I mean, Grandpa daycare don't pay a lot.
Yeah, right.
I mean, I help my son take care of the kids, and I love it, and I wouldn't change it for the world, but it doesn't come with a gigantic paycheck or a stimulus check or any of that shit.
No, for
You
sure.
know, I don't have none of that. It's like, if I need something, it's like, son, I need this. Okay, Dad. You know, and that's my payday right there. You know, and I don't take advantage of it. But none of this would happen without him. It's his internet. He's the one that pays the bill for, you know, all this stuff. I don't. You know.
Yeah, no,
So,
totally.
I
Yeah,
mean,
we can. I mean,
I've been doing this having fun, dude.
Yeah, totally.
I've been having fun since April, doing all these interviews, doing the CromCons. Will knows I'm so jacked at the end at Sunday at the end of CromCon. I'm still out here talking to people for an hour and a half after it's over. I'm still posting and sharing stuff at 1:30 in the morning after I've been out here for 12 hours.
Right. No, it's great, man.
I mean, I do it because I love it. You
You're
know,
doing God's work.
well, I mean, it's my grandson said the best. He asked me, you know, what I do, and I told him what I do, and he said, "So you're a problem solver."
Yeah, you can say sure. Yeah,
and I was like, yeah, I didn't think about it that way, but yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to help my friends who have a big problem right now. They don't have cons. They don't have their cons to set up their tables at, and it was a huge problem all summer long for everybody. You guys,
yeah, it was because they didn't know if it was going to be StreamYard or Zoom or like Comic-Con tried to have one, but it didn't really work out that well. So it's still
give me San Diego, give me their budget, let me do a con online. I will knock it out the park.
I think if StreamYard, if you could have somehow, if you could do StreamYard where you come in here and do a drawing and people could like buy stuff direct from you right here,
no,
how can that type of commerce work where you're live and you're doing commerce?
This is what I'm saying. I could, if I had San Diego Comic-Con's budget to set up an online con, it would be like a telethon. You'd come to the homepage. There'd be me going, who do you want to see today? Over at window 3, we got Frank Forte. Over here at window 2, we got Michael Oden. We got live people doing stuff all day long for you people. And we'd have 4 or 5 windows going, you know, somebody from a different genre all day long.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, like we'd have somebody in the horror genre, somebody over there doing the superheroes. We got the prime indies. We got this. We got that. We'd have a different window for everything, and it'd be going all day long live. And when that person's up there, their link to their store is right there. You like what they're doing? Hit that.
I see, right. Link. You would put the link to the store under their picture, and they could just go and buy whatever.
They're under the window where they're streaming. They're streaming live right there. That's what I mean. You'd be right there live. It wouldn't be like, go look at that picture and click on dude's stuff. It'd be like, Frank's over here right now on window 3. Go check out what he's doing. If you like it, hit that link and buy something. And then I'd go on to the next guy. We got Will over here in window 4. He's interviewing whoever, you know. I mean, it's like,
so you're saying I could just be live up there for 5 hours doing whatever, and anyone could come up and see my window.
I would do it if I had their kind of budget to set something up. I'd have built a web.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right now you have to invite people in, but there can't be 100 windows where you go and choose to see.
Pornhub. Why can't there be?
Yeah, that's how it should be for like live, like StreamYard.
It could be done. You could build one. You could build something that could be live 24 hours a day.
Yeah.
If you had that much content. We're not going to have 24 hours a day worth of content in 8 windows, 10 windows. But for a weekend, oh, hell yeah. You know, I could fill up 4 windows for a full weekend, no problem.
Yeah, right.
You know, where you get 2-3 hours, not just 30 minutes. See? But that's, like I said, that's building a whole web page. That's building something. That's building something where you actually going to have to charge people in some way to offset the cost of running it. You know, it's not something I'd be able to do for free. You know what I mean? And that's I can do this all day for free. Mm-hmm. You know, it doesn't cost me anything, and I can promote the hell out of you guys all day for free. When we start talking about something like that, where I have to put money into it, then I got to ask for money out of it, and that changes the game. You know, from my perspective, it makes it a job now. Right now, it's not a job.
Yeah, or you make a if your artists are selling, if they're doing drawings and selling right there, you make a percentage of whatever sold or something like that. You know.
Well, that or I mean, it's just like with promotions. Okay, there are people out there that put together people's Kickstarters and they charge them to promote their book and they help them with the whole campaign and everything. I can't do all that. Okay, I'm not gonna. I can promote the hell out of your book, but I can't guarantee somebody's gonna buy it. So I can't charge you for what I do. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I
right.
can be out here for 10 hours a day, every day, telling people about your book, sharing it everywhere. I can't guarantee that anybody's gonna buy it.
Yeah, right.
So if I can't guarantee you sales, how can I charge you? That's the dilemma I find myself in. Now, if I knew for a fact I was going to make you a shit ton of money, then yeah, cut me a little percentage of that after the fact.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I'm not going to charge you up front for something I don't know for sure I can deliver.
Yeah, right.
No matter how much time I put in, that still doesn't translate to other people emptying their wallets, except for Trish. But I try. I want you guys all to, I try my best to help you guys sell stuff. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, right.
But it's not nothing I can base it. I can say, okay, here's my chart, guys. Yeah, I can put in an hour a day on your book and you pay me this much. But then, like I said, there's no guarantee I'm going to make you any money out of that hour. So why would I charge you money for that hour? You see?
Right.
I have you out here for a half hour, which turns into however long. I don't care, but we set you up for a half hour tonight, right? We're going to have you on for a half hour. Okay.
Yeah, like so how many people do you normally have like watching your live broadcast?
Like the CromCon, we usually have double digits watching the whole time. The whole week.
I don't know. Yeah, I'm just trying to think. I don't know how you would do it if it, like I came on and started doing quick sketches and we were selling them for $20 or $30 and we would sell all of them. If you had enough people, you'd sell all of them. You'd get 10% of whatever we sold, 15% or whatever during that time, that whatever we sold.
And that's what I'm saying. That's an after the fact type of deal. Like, okay, you sold the stuff. Okay, I'll let you give me a little something for it. But I'm not going to charge you ahead of time to have you on the show, not knowing anything's going to sell.
No, right. Yeah, you never know what's going to sell. I'm just trying to see if you're doing all the work and if you're bringing your followers in to buy it, if you needed to make a little revenue. That's
only if they actually buy. Do you see what I'm saying? Right. It's like, I can't say, I'll have you on the show. Give me $20 and I'll have you on the show.
No, just a percentage.
Buys anything, you're out $20.
No, right. But you just work like an agent or a rep. You get 10% or 15% of whatever sells. That's like an agent's thing.
Yeah, I mean, if somebody wants to set up something like that, I'm all down for all that stuff. Just like launch parties and countdowns for Kickstarters, I'll come out here to help you launch it like an hour before it launches and talk about it for an hour, and then like try to get a bunch of people to hit it right away. And then I'll come out here for that last hour.
Yeah, right.
Down, and I'll tell everybody, share it out everywhere. Yo, last chance, everybody, get on this.
Yeah, right.
Apparently, I'm coming up for that tomorrow too.
Yep. Doing that tomorrow too.
Waking me up before the crack of noon. What the hell's wrong with you?
Man, there's no choice. I'm sorry.
I know. I already wrote the motherfucker up. I gotta come.
Michael, are you gonna be doing it from your car?
I will likely. I think I should be fine actually, because if it's 11 to noon, I have to leave my place at noon. So I will be streaming from my house, but otherwise, yeah, it's gonna be a good time.
I appreciate that. That's all I'm trying to do is help everybody get through this mess.
Yeah, no, totally.
And really, I mean, it isn't even so much how much it hasn't even been so much how much people have made during some of the shows, because I've had some people go, yeah, man, I did really good last weekend. But it's always somebody that comes to me on Monday and goes, dude, because of your show, I met so-and-so, and I'm going to be doing something with them real soon. It's the connections.
Yeah.
It's the connections that I love, dude. There have been so many collaborations that have been born in my group or on my shows that's what blows me away.
Yeah, no, totally, man. It sounds like you have a lot of connections. You definitely know how to network in Facebook, and you're in with a lot
This
of groups.
guy, Frank, this guy right here, this guy,
Which guy?
this guy, NSC Live TV.
Oh, right.
This is also Inked Marketing. He helps people with their campaigns. He does all that stuff. Okay, Comic Roddery was born from my show. Yes, he was. Okay,
Yeah,
same
Phil
thing.
was showing me that. It's like a network of comic book related podcasts.
Podcast,
Yep.
retail
I'm on there.
stores, all kinds. The top 50 retail stores in the nation on there. There is all kinds of content there.
Yeah, right. So what? I don't know. I guess explain to me, how do I, if I wanted to get to those people, what is it? Something I have to do to reach out to those people,
You're getting to him right now. He's actually got the link. He can come in here and talk to you right now if he wants to.
Yeah, sure, man.
You're talking. So that's the whole thing. The Madness is a networking group.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing, is getting
right.
you guys as much exposure as we possibly can. And Kevin's part of that, man. He
Kevin, come on down.
You know, yeah, Kevin, come on down. Look at that. Frank, you already got 10 likes on your Kickstarter that we shared out.
Nice. I love it. I love it.
I haven't looked, but let's see. Oh, how did I lose? That's what happened. Phil, where are you at, dude? See, I don't have my tech guy. It blows me up when I don't have my tech guy. Let's see.
Well, if you're relying on yourself as the tech guy, we're all screwed.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. We're in big trouble when it's all on me. What I want to do is there it is. Okay, hold on. I want to look at that thing right there.
That beautiful bean footage.
That thing right there. All right. I want to look at that and see 24 backers. I think you got a Mike James hit you for $108. Woo!
Yeah, man. I think it's great.
Yes, we know. Trish
Yeah,
and
it's
Mike.
going. Yeah,
Trish and Mike are a team. I just want you to know that. Trish and Mike are a team.
Cool. Yeah, I think little by little, hopefully it'll go up. And I think the other thing is, seeing that this is my first Kickstarter with Asylum, I think I got to deliver this and then do another one, deliver that one. And I think I'll slowly build it up where it could be almost maybe something you could live off of, because I see these guys that do 20, 30,000, 100,000, like Jason Brubaker. He did 100,000 on a couple of them.
There's a whole bunch of people pulling in some big money. Kevin, this is Frank. Frank from Heavy Metal Magazine. This is Kevin Julian.
Hey, Kevin. Nice to meet you, man.
And this is what we do, people. We introduce people to other people, and we try to get everybody helping each other. And
yeah, Phil told me about your whole network, and I was really interested in it. I was like, wow, you guys are really networking. I was unsure how it was. I guess it was a network of groups, stations, podcasts, just kind of all together, all kind of linked, I guess, right?
It's a little bit of everything. It actually was born roughly about 3 years ago. Can you hear me okay? I just had to go grab my other set of headphones. And it was born off of the need from a customer standpoint. I myself am a collector and a creator as well. And it's one of those 2 a.m. ideas. I was going around trying to find something online to buy for myself. And we're just having a hard time with it. Called a buddy of mine up and said, are you kind of having a hard time as I am trying to find some good content somewhere? And we had a good discussion about it. And I talked with my wife about it. And as I say, behind every good man's a good woman. And she said, well, you know what, honey? She said, you know how to do this. Why don't you just create a better mousetrap? And I said, yeah, okay, let's do it. So I started with 5 channels. I said about 3 years ago. One of them was a toy channel, and the other 4 were comic channels, and now we're over 150 channels. Here we are 3 years later. So that has just grown and grown and grown, and spawned out of that was Inked Marketing. And Inked Marketing is the one exactly what Pops was talking about. Was on a show like this, we're talking with creators, and we show them how to grow their Kickstarter audience, and we also show them all the different intricacies behind the scenes on how to run a successful Kickstarter. There's so many different facets to it. I mean, we could spend the next 5 hours.
No, I know it's big. Yeah. I've been reading about it. I've been listening to podcasts, so I'm better at it than I was when I started. But yeah, there's a lot to it.
And we have a formula that we've developed, and it's tried and true. And I can show you some things about it, but it's a certain way we run things. Mm-hmm. And I was off just now. Starting off, we just launched tonight is the first night we're launching the Listener 2 book. So it is up and running now. We launched roughly about 3 weeks out from a campaign with what we call a soft launch. And then for the next 2 weeks, we do a hard launch. And that's when we're rotating you into all these podcasts, such as, Pop's podcast right here. We'll bring you in on tour, and you'll hit this podcast, and then you'll hit 8 to 10 more in a cycle at different planned times. And that will keep the momentum going for your Kickstarter.
And so what's the reach? What's the number of listeners that you will reach in the month?
It depends on which way you want to go. All the packages are basically broken up into genres. So we have a horror setup, Kickstarter setup, anime, you name it. They're all grouped. So we can do a projection. I run a marketing analysis for that. And we say, okay, you're going to start on this day, and we de-engineer it backwards and say, this is the day you want to start. This is the day we need to get started. This is where we need to be. We work through your math as far as what your Kickstarter numbers are, as far as your funding goal, what your per book cost needs to be, your tiers, all that stuff. We have before jumped in and helped people once they've already gotten started, but that's outside of our normal formula.
Yeah, that's where I am right now.
And that's where the things get a little dicey, because we haven't got a chance to build up the momentum for you. And that's part of the thing. It's a pendulum swing. We haven't been able to get the momentum going. So now we're hitting the ground running and the clock's ticking. That's really iffy.
Yeah, right. But at this point, I could still the only thing I can really do right now is do as many podcasts as I can, because I've sent out the press releases. I've talked to press. I've gotten the coverage that I'm going to get. I have my social, but my social's already, my social. I need to reach the people that I haven't reached yet.
It's not just going on the podcast. Like I said, it's the incentives. It's the things to bring people in. Those are the things going on the podcast
that you would talk about.
That's your
platform. I'm saying? It's like it all layers together. There's layer upon layer upon layer of this. And you know the numbers game. If you get 1,000 people to look, you got 100 people thinking about it, and then maybe 10 that are buying.
Mm-hmm. Okay? And that's all things.
Increase that number. We're trying to increase the number game.
Exactly. You have to basically, it's like fishing. You have to throw out a huge net and pull in and see what you get out of that. And we're into increasing the numbers. Right now we're tied in with over 200 groups. Just in Facebook alone, we're just going to talk Facebook for a second. Just in Facebook, we're tied in with over 200 groups, which has a footprint reach of 750,000. That's just that part of it. That's not counting all the podcast online, all the audiences that they have. And we can run you through roughly about 8 to 10 podcasts in the 30-day run. Mm-hmm. That helps you the most, and that gets you just as many in the podcast run. So you're into the millions at that point. But like Pops was talking about, you have to start whittling that number down and see what you get out of that. But we're also doing direct sales. Like when your stuff's coming on, I know what kind of books that you're selling. So I'm talking to buyers that I know buy that kind of book.
Like you're talking retailers or
talking about personal people that are buyers and retail stores, because we're tied in with these stores as well. Yeah, right. So I can approach a store because they're doing live sales on our network on NSC. So I can approach a store and say, hey, look, Frank's got a book. This is his package for a store, and then
have you on Omri Compans on his show next week selling books. Yep. I can have you on his show next week selling books.
Kind of like what's that live seller channel?
The live show, yes. And he does it. He has indie creator that he brings out every week.
The home shopping network. It's like the comic shopping network.
It's
kinda
kinda
Pretty
like
much.
that, yeah.
Pretty much.
It's that's where we're trying to get. Now, Omri has a great show. Okay, he's pumping out some books. People are buying books off watching his show. So that's
And they're indie books, like creators that aren't really known for Marvel and DC.
he sells his own books too, but he features a indie creator to come out and sign books and sell books for part of that show every time.
Right.
Now he's not going to keep that guy out there the whole time. He's got his own show that he's doing, but because he's featuring some indie people, I'm giving him that extra airplay in the madness that I don't give too many people. Okay, we have a sister group for online auctions and those kind of shows, the marketplace. I told you about that. We have a group for that. But if you're featuring indie creators in your online comic show, yeah, you can show that in the madness because it's about featuring the indie creator.
Yeah, right.
William Samuel Quentin was on his show, signing books, selling books, signing books and selling books, just like that. You know.
Well, I don't know if you had a chance to tune in earlier, Frank, but we were talking with Connor on the first part of the show,
right?
And Connor's one of the ones we built up momentum for, and there was 156 people waiting when that thing went green, and that's what you're after. You want a big build, and to get that rolling.
Yeah. I think for my next Kickstarter, that's what I'm going to do. I only had my thing up for about a week, and I got like 12 followers. That's not that many. And then I launched. But I just wanted to get this first one over and done. It's not going to be that hard to deliver because it's a sketchbook and the other 4 books are printed. So I want to deliver it, and I want to just get the next one going.
Right. There's a whole kind of a checklist, for lack of a better term, that we walk through with someone and say, these are all the things. Here is what the skeleton, the backbone of the Kickstarter need to be. Here's all the different sections. Here's how you need to stagger your tiers. As Pop said, what else are you bringing to get people in? Another good example he brought up to Connor earlier was basing something on backers. We've done that for other campaigns, and I'm glad he brought that back up because that's what we did for Monty's campaign. Based it off backer milestones. You hit 100, a 250, a 500. You set milestones, and then you do some sort of giveaway or a tier of hey, we're getting 11 by 17 print like Connor's doing. Connor's at 123 right now. I haven't looked at it in about an hour, but when he hits 157, there's going to be a reward in that. Mike's doing some stuff with us too. Mike's we kind of caught after it got got going. We want to do another one for him, but we want to do it ahead of time. We want to get that ball rolling and ramp it up.
You're right. I mean, your thing is you can market to all these networks. So that's what you bring to the table is you have this network of comic book fans, comic buyers, and all that stuff. You don't really deal with getting press coverage, right? That would be
we do that as well.
I have a background. You do a whole bunch of stuff, Frank.
Frank, now you're getting press coverage. Whether you understand that or not, right now you are getting press coverage because there are people.
Because there's PR people.
Rob Anderson that runs Comic Newswire. There are people like Chris Braley that run Movie Pool that watch my show.
Yeah, right.
Yep.
And then they go talk about people like you. You see what I'm saying?
The thing that you bring, if you bring in PR, the thing that you bring to the table that other people don't have, I think, is that network. That's what I really haven't seen before.
Also 35 years of marketing, because I did marketing for Sprint PCS, casinos, banks, hotels. I have a degree in art. I'm a creator. I'm an artist by nature.
Right.
And so coming up through those ranks, I mean,
marketing.
Yes, I can go all the way. And what I do is I take that big style, multi-million-dollar marketing know-how and bring that back to the industry that we love. That's where Ink was born. And that's why I tell people it's a firm that was built by creators for creators. I have a whole team scattered throughout the world that are working on different components of people's campaigns. So,
Kevin, I have a question. Do you do Indiegogo as well?
Yes, we have done Indiegogos as well. As you know, percentage-wise, they don't have yet the footprint. I mean, I do like the Indiegogo platform. They just don't seem to have all the footprint that the Kickstarter has. So I would say it's about a 70-30 split, what I've seen personally so far. That's not any numbers that I can go grab and show you, but that's what I'm saying. We've done You can go look on the site. If you go to, and you actually see some of the numbers. I will drop a link. I'll tell you what. If you go to the Inked, if you go to NSC Live TV,
NSC Live TV,
nsclivetv.com. Go to there, and then at the bottom of the page, you'll see a button that says Kickstarters. If you click that one, it will show you all the different percentages of the campaigns we've done so far. That's not all of them, but that's the majority of them we've done so far. There's the heavy hitters at the top, the ones that we call, they have changed careers, and then
the other ones, like Montage.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Montage. We actually got in the top 20 illustration projects for Kickstarter as a whole. That was a record-setting deal for Monty.
What did this rate? 16,000.
If you go down, and the one I want you to look at is the one for Sisterhood, because that shows you the differences between what money was raised for Kickstarter and what money was raised for Indiegogo. What's nice with Indiegogo is you can run your Kickstarter, and if you do them back to back, while you're getting your book printed, you can keep that momentum rolling on Indiegogo and make enough money to help, packaging, printing.
So sorry, you're talking Sisterhood. Is that the one you want me to look at? Sorry. Oh, Spicy Pulp. That's up there now. Right? He's doing a second one, I think. Okay, Sisterhood.
Yes. Yeah, Spicy Pulp. We're doing that one as well for
the second
Justin.
one. Yeah, it's up there. It's live right now, I think. Okay, it's, Sisterhood. 300.
So I want
14,000. Right. No, pretty cool. Pretty successful.
I wanted to say something, Frank. I wanted to say something, Frank, because I only met Kevin just like a couple months ago. Okay, and I spent 9 months promoting a book called Mojo Risen while we were waiting for it to be printed, or while we were waiting for to launch it, because COVID interrupted it, and a lot of things happened. So it was like an 8-month promotion where it was just me out of my group, pretty much that was the main promotion for the book. When it finally went and launched on Kickstarter, we funded in 48 minutes.
Right.
We talked about this book for months. People were waiting for it.
This one's pretty good. Loco Hero, 50,000. So what do you think brought that to be so successful? Was it the creator had a big following?
Yeah, Monty's no slouch, okay? Monty has a huge following, too.
There's a story behind that. This kind of came up on another panel. In Monty's book, Monty is a phenomenal artist. This is not to take away from anything. He's a good friend. Renaissance man, can sculpt, paint, draw, you name it.
Right.
In Monty's case, when we got to talking with him, is when I talked to him, and I can send you some information on this, I asked him to do his first book because he was thinking about it. He had it in his head for about 2 years. And I can tell you the story about that at a different time, but it was basically at San Diego Comic-Con. He had this vision, and he had it in his head. And we were talking during the panel that we were doing for CyberCon, and he was telling us about it. And you can actually go back and watch the footage. I said, Monty, you got to do that book. Now's the time to do that book. And COVID had just started. He said, you really think so? I said, let's talk offline, but I can show you some things we need to do that book. And that book became revolutionary for him. Now he's doing 5 to 6 campaigns at once now. This was the first time he had stepped out as a creator on his own. Mm-hmm. He's been a wonderful cover artist for years. I've been a huge fan for years.
Right.
And when I talked to him about his book, he put his book out there, and same thing. We got the momentum going. Monty was the first one that we did the tour with. I pitched that idea to him and said, look, let's put you as a rock star, put you on tour, and run you through the tour circuit. And that brought him audience after audience after audience after audience after audience, and just expanded that. It went nuts.
Oh, what's that? Up there on the wall? That one?
Yep. Right. So all these, and here's a bunch that are coming soon. How when you do a coming soon, like how long do you leave it up there before they
soft launch it? We do 3 weeks out. We do a soft launch, which is the first week is the soft launch is the third. Then when you have 2 weeks left, that's when we start rotating into shows like Pops, because Pops on the tour, rotates to Pops. We go over to HWWS TV and run you through some stuff over there. They've got a group that we're merged in with. We're sister groups. We also start bringing you through, Earth Station 1. And we just start running you through all the different shows.
Right.
And that is what causes the momentum. That's what we start right when you get started. Then when you hit that lull, that right in the middle, that belly out, right? It's two weeks into it, everybody at the bottom falls out.
Yeah.
Well, we can counteract that with the shows because the momentum's still going. Even though it's going to dip off a little bit, you're still getting the coverage out there with the different shows that we're putting you on. These shows are in Australia, Germany. Yeah, they're all over the world. So it's not just a local market. You're talking to a global
Radio
market.
shows like India.
Yeah, right. That's definitely. Yeah, so this guy, Monty Michael Moore, so he does what? He runs like 6 Kickstarters a year, and that's how he makes a living.
No.
He does Kickstarters. He does sculptures.
He's an artist.
He does everything.
He is an artist extraordinaire. All the Kickstarter stuff just happens like pretty much since COVID. Okay, I think he was part of the Collector Corner's steampunk book.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, he's
done a lot of stuff for Toledo. He's done just a lot of good covers for everybody.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. Yeah, 670 backers. I mean, that's a lot. That's a lot of people.
He's a good friend of Polito. He's definitely got the pull of the coffin.
Oh, right. And Lady Death, maybe Polito.
He has the Sworn Nation behind him as well as his own fan base.
But what we always tell people is we can make the best better. And there is percentages in there that we even, like I said, we broke records for him. And again, this is not to downplay anything that he's done. We just helped him reach a broader audience than he already had. What you have is your ideal market. What Monty happened to have was a bigger ideal market, which he's already sold to than most. That helped him tremendously. Yeah. Right. And then we have expansion markets beyond that. And that's when we're bringing him all these Kickstarter shows. We're doing live draws with him. We had him go on his studio and go live to draw and connect with customers multiple times during the week. And,
I'm up for doing that. I could do that. I was doing that tonight. I think I could do that. And like for me, like I have great credits in film and TV, so that would probably be a draw. But I really don't have the following in comics like I used to in the 90s because I haven't done them in a while.
Following is in your heavy metal audience, brother.
Yep.
That's where you're following. Okay.
Yeah, but I'm more of an editor there than I am a creator. My art and stories aren't featured in every issue. My name's in there as an editor.
But this is where your name. That's probably where your name became a name, though.
It doesn't matter that you were just an editor on there, man. You were like at the end of the day. You like it, and in fact, being an editor on something like heavy metal means that you know quality content. That's the whole point. Is you are the one that gave the final say on which stories made the cut or not. You are still an integral process to the heavy metal book, and even if only a few of your stories showed up there, that's all you need. You are a creator from heavy metal. Use it.
Well, when you go back to that heavy metal connection, do you know Rusty Gilligan, who was one of the original artists that was dealing with the original creation of the cartoon of heavy metal, not the magazine, but and we do stuff with Rusty. So actually, I've got to find it in here. It came in. I've got to figure out in the stack of mail where it went. But I've got an original heavy metal piece that he did
for the movie.
He so. I got to put that up on the wall.
Kevin brought Rusty into CromCon this last month, and he was one of our featured artists at CromCon. Right. First time.
Kevin, maybe, fun, and maybe we'll have to talk. I don't know, tomorrow or something, or just offline about what you can do. I don't know if there's anything you can have. 23 days to go, and I only have, I would like to raise a lot more, but I don't know if there's.
Well, we can talk about the ins and that offline. We can talk about pros and cons.
And look, Frank, we're going to help you, bro. Even outside of what kind of a deal you work with Inked Marketing, if you put it where I can see it, I'm going to put it where other people can see it.
Totally.
That's bottom line right there. Put it where I can see it. I'll show the world.
Totally. I think I like because doing podcasts and doing live drawing, this is really how you have to get to the people now until COVID is over. I don't know when COVID will be over.
Well, the whole thing started for us with when MegaCon went down last year. We watched everything.
Are you in Florida? Is that where you're from?
I'm in Washington State. So we were paying attention to EmeraldCon. So when Emerald Con went down, I was actually in Colorado. So Emerald Con went down. When Emerald Con went down, we started watching things. Then MegaCon started wavering, and a partner and I got together, which is over at HWWS TV, and said, you know what, we're going to put on a CyberCon of our own. We're going to do an electronic con. For 56 straight hours, we stayed on. It was crazy. We kept passing the baton back and forth to each other. And when we needed to sleep, we'd put on a canned episode, like, Stan Lee's last panel or something. Or we'd swap it over and they could do some cosplay. We just kept trading off the baton. 56 straight hours, we got 106,000 hits. So we're like, okay, yeah, this is a thing. Even when cons come back, electrical cons or these kind of cons are still going to be another offset of the con. One of the things that we're launching and working on right now, and you can actually go online and see it, we have another company in process called Inverse TV. And Inverse is going to be bringing comics into the virtual world, meaning that we have people in every time zone that can show up at a con with a GoPro, and you can go get your book signed by whoever you want to get it signed by. Okay. So if, Ramita Jr. is there and you want to get a book signed, we have somebody on the ground, goes over there, has the GoPro, you watch it basically VR style, getting your stuff done. If you want to roam around, tell them you want to go to this hall, that hall, that's one of the things that we're working on. That's a revolutionary thing that nobody's really offered before. And I never.
Oh, hey, shut up! That's
he would do crowd. He would go and buy. he would go and buy a Ramita book, bring it to the table, get it signed, and then the person there watching would pay for it.
I'm not going to offer that kind of services, but I do want to do CropCon from the floor of an actual con.
When the cons come back, Pop's going to be one of the guys on the ground, and it's going to be simulcast all over the world. He's going to be doing interviews. We're going to have a booth set up. We had all that stuff together for 2020, and then everything as we know what happened. There's been stores we've also talked to. Like I said, I'll send you some information on this. There was, we were all used to the handshake deals, and we were all used to being able to push the paper right at the show.
Yeah.
Well, when that went away, we had to show the online publishing model to several people and how to do that. Several stores. What makes me feel good about it is the fact that several stores have come to us and said, I've got letter after letter after letter after letter that says, we're still open because of you guys. We're still here. Our local comic shop is still here because with the doors closed, we kept the lights on because we're live selling on your platform. Now, when COVID hit and people were selling, say, twice a week on the show, my phone started ringing. Well, what if, Kev, what if we have to go up to 5 shows a week? We know what our rate for showing on 2 shows is. How much more is it going to be for us to sell for 5? And right then and there, I told every customer that was online with us at that time, I said, we're not raising the rates. If you do 2 shows a week or if you do 5 shows a week, it's one flat rate.
And what show is that you're talking about?
Those are for the auction shows.
Yes.
People that are out
I'd like to watch one.
The direct live sales shows.
Mm-hmm. They're going to have a show tomorrow. I can send you the links on the show.
Yeah, I'd like to see how it operates. I think it's like home shopping now, but I'd like to see it. So it's live and it's kind of like this, where there's a lot of people and
they bid on books,
like doing drawings and like selling sketch covers live, like that kind of stuff.
You can. They have some artists that do that. Monty's doing draws all the time. There's another show that we sponsor that's on Thursday and Friday nights, and that's for Hasm, and they do a draw off. And that's where you can actually buy the piece at the end of the show. It can be a pencil piece, it can be a colored piece. Yes.
140.
So there's all kind of. I can give you 2 or 3 examples right off the bat.
The artist pays a commission to whoever's running the show.
Well, it depends. Like now, with some of them, I have set up basically sponsorship deals to where I'm sponsoring the show. So that's how that works. And there's other ones that are paying fees for actually having their show simulcast. So I have different packages for different ways you want to do something.
Right. So sell some of this you sell to the retailer, and then some of it you work out with the artist. Like me, you would work out something where I would go on for I don't know how long. 2 hours, 3 hours.
Well, 2 hours is a good fit, and you're not gonna end the show with the same 20 that you started with. Mm-hmm. So it's going to be what they call a cycle count, or what we've deemed a cycle count. You're going to look at the end of it and say, okay, 435 people saw me in 2 hours. You might have on live, you might have 25 to 35 people watching you constantly, but that's us in the background pushing buttons, turning knobs, pulling levers, sending out waves of shares to make sure that people are still coming to watch your show. And that's just, there's a method that we've developed to do that. Now, I've had tons of people approach me and ask how we do it. And that's all proprietary information.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, you guys are, you're sharing, you're getting it out there. So I would do something like go on and do quick sketches one after another, and people would watch me, and you would sell them.
You can. That's one way to do it. That's what they do on the one I'm talking about for Hasm. There's other ones that basically are comic book shops are selling books. They're saying, okay, look, we've got a whole stack of Silver Age back here. Kind of like
they say what grade it is, signed or unsigned, and people bid on it, or they just say I want that.
They can either do buy it now.
It depends. Yeah, it depends on the guy selling it. He can have it set up. This is how much for this, and some first person gets it, or they can go the auction route where people just keep throwing up a price until hey, 5 minutes go by and nobody has thrown up a price, then somebody throws up a price. Okay, set the timer for another minute.
Tomorrow's a very busy day. Tuesdays are when they pre-sale comics that release Wednesday.
Yeah, send me some links. I'd like to see how they go. Like for me, what would you suggest for me as an artist? I've got a bunch of credits. How could I utilize the live auction site to make some money or sell some art or comics?
In this case, I would go check out that the one that Trish was talking about, the
Artist Alley Shopping Network. That's on Thursdays.
I would go check that one out, set up a show there, see how it works, how it feels to you, and if that's what you want to do, we could set you up where you're doing a show every week, or twice a week, or whatever you want to do, whatever kind of time you want to put into it, and Kevin will set you up with the channel.
And you think I could sell stuff even though I'm not a super huge superstar in comics?
Nobody anymore. Nobody starts out that way. Okay, right. Those guys.
I'm not really. I'm not like a Marvel DC guy.
Well, I mean, none of those guys started out that way though. The guys that are like killing it, they have a 25-year following.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You have a name that's, you've done some stuff. You do have credits, like you said. We're going to be able to market you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You're not Joe Blow that nobody's ever heard of before.
Right.
As soon as Phil said your name, I was like, oh yeah, got to have him on the show.
Right.
Do I know you personally? No, but did I want you? Yeah, I want him on the show. You see what I'm saying?
After I did my first couple of shows, I was a little like, oh, do I have the gift of gab? What can I do? What were the people interested in? After I've done a few, I'm more comfortable. I'm into it. I could gab, but really, I mean, I could just sit there and draw the whole time. Like that's kind of, I guess people are interested in watching.
Watch the Hasm show. Watch that show on Thursday, Friday
night.
Another
one.
Which one?
Hasm. I'll send you the link.
Thursday night throwdown.
That's Thursday night Hasm.
Right, and then Friday night draw.
And then there's another one that Sammy Castillo does, where one of the admins from our group is like the co-host, and he talks and tells her what the comments are. He interacts with the people that are watching, and she draws, and she's drawing. We're watching what she's doing. We're watching
like Photoshop or traditionally drawing on paper.
She paints, she draws, she does everything. Okay, right. But Hash or Arash, my buddy, he's the one that does all the interaction with the crowd and stuff and tells her what they're saying or what they ask, and then
right. He's kind of like the ringleader.
That way she can do what she's doing, and she doesn't have to pay attention to the comments.
Yeah.
She's got somebody that moderates the show for her. That's what you need. You want to draw. I can tell you want to draw live. Yeah. That's what you want to do.
Yeah, I can do that. Yeah.
You just need somebody to moderate the show for you and talk to the fans while you're doing it.
Yeah, right.
And tell you what questions they're asking, so you can answer them, and without breaking your flow of what you're doing.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, I can make that work.
Yeah, you just need a sidekick, bro.
What I like to tell people is when it comes to the podcasting game, it is a Johnny Carson, Ed McMahon kind of thing.
Yeah.
It is a two-person deal.
Yeah.
Now, the other interesting thing is there's a bunch of people that are successful as a one person. That's great. They're multifaceted and they can do a bunch of things. Right. I myself, I could do either way. I prefer to have a co-host. I like pinging off of somebody.
I think that's fun. I think that would the way I would like to do it too, where someone could just moderate, do comments, keep talking, because I don't think I'd be able to sit and draw and concentrate and be funny and witty the whole time. You know,
it's what people have missed this past year. And that's why that we, basically made up a word calling it camaraderie, took the word comics and camaraderie and slammed the two together and came up with camaraderie because people miss the camaraderie. They miss hanging out like we're hanging out now. We're just talking shop. We're not interested in if there's 5 people watching, right? Or if there's 5,000 watching.
Yeah, it's
we're
like
just hanging out.
Yeah, on a Wednesday, like going behind the comic shop and just chatting, or going to a coffee shop and looking at new books, or meeting at the local Comic Con. And
think about
you can't do that anymore.
You set up a table and the guy at the table next to you developed a friendship with.
Yep.
And then the next time you do that con, you want to be sitting there so you can reconnect with dude, right? Same, So it's like that happens. Look, the first CromCon I did, we had Keith Williams out here from Marvel. You guys know who Keith Williams is. Okay, right. The Phantom. He was the guy. Okay. Well, there was this other guy named Rich Parada who hits me on the side and he says, "Yo, dude, Keith Williams is like a second father to me, man. Can I come out there during the stream and like surprise him and say hello and whatnot?" And I'm like, hell yeah, why not? But it just showed that what you're just talking about right there, Kevin, the camaraderie. That dude was like, I sit at the table and talk to this guy all the time. I've known this guy forever, and I ain't been able to see him all year.
Mm-hmm.
Can I come out on your con and say hi? Sure you can.
Right.
It was like that, and that was where it became a thing where I started just letting all the segments bleed over a little bit so that everybody could meet each other. And everybody's fan bases can bounce off each other. And camaraderie is exactly what CromCon is, dude.
Well, that's what that was on a panel on CromCon 9, the last panel of the show. And Dustin came on, and Dustin Brunner, and the one that does the listener. And we were just riffing back and forth like we're talking now, just talking. And a couple people came on and said, "You guys need to do a show." And I was like, well, we're normally behind the scenes. We're the ones getting you guys out there and getting you noticed and kind of steering behind the scenes. It's like, no, you two really need to get out in front and do a show. And after a lot of arm twisting, we decided to go ahead and do a show. And February 25th, I'm kind of making the announcement now. It's great to make the announcement, I guess, on the show where it was born, right? February 25th, we're fixing it.
What day of the week is that?
The last February 25th. I don't even know what day of the week. I don't have my cameras over here.
Yeah. Let's see. What do we got here?
Hey, Trish, just
a Thursday night. Okay.
It's a Thursday night we're coming out. Thursday night is going to be a good night because it's in between, because Friday night shows are dominated by live sales. Saturday shows are normally dominated by live sales. Wednesday night is Thursday is kind of a good feel, and then also coincides with the launch of the listener. So we got a lot of things going on for the 25th, and you'll start to see some stuff on press about it. But
and I'm not sure which weekend, either the weekend before or the weekend after, is going to be CromCon 11.
Correct. Which once we get that figured out, if it's going to be after, we'll promote it. If it's going to be before,
we'll promote it either way.
Yeah, we're going to market it either way. But we're also going to market the Down Under version if it's the other one. So we've got that coming together.
Tell Trish, I'm sorry. I'm not logged in, so I can't comment on your comments. I can only be in the private chat. But she's sent me an invite to ASN. Or maybe on Facebook she sent it. I didn't know where she sent it.
Yeah, probably on Facebook.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I can't. I didn't log in, so I can't comment in the comments. And if I log out, I'll get. But cool. Yeah, that sounds great, dude. Let's talk soon. I gotta go. I have a deadline that I have to meet for tomorrow, but sounds really, really cool. Actually, it sounds like you guys are you figured out how to market during COVID. Who knows if it would have happened with or without COVID? But
for me, I promise you that it might still just be going. Look what I got this week, everybody.
No, and it'll be a way to hook up with fans all year long when it used to be like everyone would wait for Comic-Con or WonderCon. Now it could happen all the time, and you could hook up with anyone anywhere.
Consider what we do, what I do, what Will does, what Pops does. Consider us the mortar between the brick and mortar, right? If you consider the cons the bricks, we're the mortar in between. We're the ones getting you from one con to the next.
Yeah, no, totally. And are you guys planning on doing this for like you guys right now are setting up your own cons, but will you do it for WonderCon or Emerald City or MegaCon?
We had MegaCon backing us. The MegaCon was so interested in what we did, they came on DragonCon and MegaCon and stepped up and said, "You know what? We're behind CyberCon." That told us a lot right there. So in reverse,
they want you to do this for.
We're gonna go back through and we're gonna push as hard for them as they pushed for us.
Yeah. Right.
So when MegaCon comes back around, we'll be on the ground at MegaCon.
Right.
Saying, "Hey, look, come out and check MegaCon out. We're here live on the ground." So on and so forth.
But it would be something like this where you're live on the ground, but you're in StreamYard.
Correct.
Right.
Right. And we're here, but we're also mobile. We're also walking around the con with GoPros.
So what these windows would be? I'm just trying to figure out how each window
I'm going to show you something that
one would be live, and you could click on and go into a GoPro to be there live.
I'm about to show you what is possible.
And they're cool with you doing that. They don't think that someone with a GoPro, their live isn't taking money away from them.
You get a press pass. You get credentials to be allowed to do that.
Yeah, since we do press, we can grab them.
Right. Not everyone is going to be allowed to go in there with a GoPro and broadcast live.
No.
But I mean, I'm pretty sure I've set myself up now as a viable person to.
Yeah, right. Now you guys have done it. You've proven yourself.
You know, I've been doing this for months now, and like a lot of people started doing this back in April and quit doing it right away. You know,
we didn't charge for CyberCon. There was, and I'm not knocking anybody that did charge for their own con. That's their own business. But we wanted just to give people back the experience.
Right.
The funding was not raised by actually selling tickets. The funding was raised other ways.
Actually, you had funding.
Mm-hmm.
I've had no funding ever. Everything I've done has been just because I do it. It's not been for the donations or monetary value or anything. Now, am I going to say no to down the road being able to make some money off some of the time I put in? Hell no, I'll be glad to take some money for the time I put in. But that was never the goal. The goal was to give you guys a place to be seen since you couldn't set up tables.
Exactly.
That was where I came from. That was where Pops Van Zant came from. That was where CromCon came from. Just the fact that my friends went, "Oh my God, Emerald City went down." And that was all it took. You know, it's like, okay, I'm talking to my friend, Brian Polito, and Brian Polito's got his own means. He don't need me. Okay. I'm like, "What are you going to do, Brian?" He's like, "Shit, I'm just going to have my stuff sent back from Seattle and I'm going to do me a con next weekend."
And we bought from him. I know Stephen Butler, so I bought the Emerald Con book from Polito and then shipped it over to Stephen, and Stephen signed it for me. So I have a double signed book from Polito too. So go ahead. I'm going to mute this mic, look behind the scenes, and I'm in the broadcast studio as a secondary person. So I'm going to mute this mic and go mobile. Watch this.
So check this out. Brian Polito can set his up the next weekend. He's got a following. Everybody's going to go, "Oh crap, Brian's books are on sale this weekend." He online, not at the con. And everybody bought Brian's books. Brian had the following already, and it was all there. Okay. I had all these other friends who weren't Brian Polito. You see what I'm saying? They didn't have a huge following. They didn't have the means to set up a con this weekend and sell their stuff.
Right.
Okay. So here comes me knowing nothing. And I mean nothing about setting up a con or StreamYard or anything. This is the guest list from my first con, Frank. This is the guest list. And you see down here at the bottom where it says
Polito.
he was the person who came out and did the final panel in my
Right.
first con.
Right.
Okay, and gave us credibility because he just did his con. You know, he wasn't coming out to sell books on my con.
Right.
He was coming out and did a really great Q&A panel with us, and we learned a whole bunch of stuff about, you know, running a Kickstarter, which was what we were trying to do at the time, was set up a Kickstarter. I think he wanted me to bring you in over there. I don't know what he's doing.
All right.
But anyway,
Yeah, so you're live now in the
Live,
at the con.
so I went to, what can I do for all these other people that don't have the means Brian Polito has? And we set up it. I took a month to promote it, to talk about it, to get people to sign up for it. Okay. So first weekend of April was our first con online. And like I said, Brian Polito come out and he put the nail in the coffin for us at the end of the show.
Yeah,
you
right.
know, and that gave us all the credibility we needed to do it the next month. And people signed up, and the next month, and the next month. And we're getting ready to do it for our 11th time.
Yep.
You know,
Can you see this already?
Yeah, man, I could see it. I see what you're saying. Yeah, you would just be live at the con, walking around, looking at stuff, doing
and
whatever.
This is just, we're still unpacking from the move, but this is just some of the stuff I would be going around saying, okay, at this particular toy booth, this is what we have. And just, you know, of course, I've got prices and there's Ghostbusters. And I go over to the Star Wars table and talk about things, walk over, and then I bring you over to, say, a booth that has comics. This is my other, you know, I've got all these comics that.
Right. Someone could be like listening to you and you're like, go through that box. Like, let's see what's in that box.
Say, okay.
Someone could rent. I bet someone would rent like a few hours, and that would be all they would need to go to a couple booths, and that's
Correct.
it. Right?
And so here's all these pops
day.
at the stand, and you can say, well, what's that? You know, what's that Venom Pool pop? And I'm like, okay, well,
And you
here's the
can
Venom
pull
Pool
it
pop.
up.
They've got $12.99 on it. You want me to grab it? You know.
Interesting.
So,
Anyone else doing this?
I don't know.
No, but I got a lightsaber.
I know we're going to do
it. If you're showing up,
right. Someone that can't make it to Comic-Con or somewhere else could be going to any con anywhere.
Correct.
Yeah, that's what I want to do, though. That's my goal, is to run CromCon from the floor of a live con once. I just would love to do that. Instead of interviewing you like this, walk up to the table, somebody's standing there, they're getting you to sign a book, they're buying a book from you.
Hi, Trish.
And I get to go up and I get to interview them. I get to go, hey, man, why are you buying this guy's book? And then I get to say, how you doing, Frank? Brother, nice to meet you in person finally. And I'll get to actually interview you and some of your fans at the same time, which to me would be the ultimate.
I think it's definitely.
Oh, there he is.
Cool.
It's like,
I mean, yeah, I guess the way I would be able to participate, and probably this is what you want from people, is I could sell my books that I have. I could do original drawings like live and then just sell them, you know, live, or quick sketches or more elaborate ones, you know.
Hey guys, I gotta turn out and
Later, man. I have to go to you guys. I have some stuff I have to do for tomorrow. But yeah, Kevin, it was great talking to you. Let's I think Phil has my email, or do you want me to send it in the private chat?
You can just drop it over to me whenever you get a chance.
You're all in the madness, right? Frank, did you join the madness?
Where would I hook up with you? Like, how do I
it's a Facebook group, man.
The comic related madness on Facebook.
All right. Let me go there right now before I forget.
It's the best kept secret on Facebook, man.
How come I haven't known it?
Because it's the best kept secret on Facebook.
Incognito.
It truly is the best kept secret on Facebook. I'll send you.
It's because you haven't called me in months, Frank.
Actually, I sent you a message. Frank. I sent you a Facebook message earlier, and now I just sent you the link to the group. So,
okay, got it.
If you check your Facebook inbox, you will see. But the first thing I sent you, remember I told you when you were drawing Crom that Lee had done a Bernie Crom?
Oh yeah, I see it. Right.
Yeah, is that cool or what?
Yeah, man.
Now you can get me one of two ways. You can either do Kevin at NSC Live TV, ink.com,
Hi,
or
Michael.
you can do Kevin at Ink Marketing, ink.marketing.
And I want to thank Michael Oden again for coming out. Lithium Fields. You guys know what's up. Soft cover.
Man, that book is so close. And
soft
right before I
cover.
came on here, that's what I was pushing.
And we'll be doing the countdown party for that tomorrow at 11 a.m. right here.
Awesome.
Yes.
With Pops. So, also want to talk about next weekend. We got CromCon Europe. Don't forget to tune in. It'll be the first time we go over the pond and we let them talk about their stuff to their people during their time frame, not ours.
Yep. And we've got people on the ground over there trying to help get that together for Pops. Terry McClure's with us over there. Richard Boom's over there with us over there. And they're both, talking with collectors and creators and the whole 9 yards and getting that information back over to Pops. So
cool, man.
It's just a huge network, Frank. Welcome to the party.
Welcome to the network. Yeah, get used to. I mean, we've been like this for a year. It could go longer, So.
And we've been doing this for 3 years, so it's
right.
It's we were around before. We're going to be around after.
Yeah.
There's people been doing it longer than us. So I mean, like I said, I don't ever go out there. There's so many people that go out there and say, "Oh, we're the first to do this. We're the first to do that." That's great. That's awesome. We're here. That's what I tell people.
Right.
We don't have to say that we're the first or anything, but some of the stuff we're doing is absolutely, definitely different than anybody else is doing it. So.
Sure. No, the network is it's huge. I mean,
people love the tour. People love the podcast tour. They love being able to come on and hang out with Pops for a little while, and then they're going to go over and go talk to some people in Europe for a little while. Then the next Monday, they can come back and talk to Pops for a while. Then they're going to bust over and go to Australia for a little bit. They're bouncing around. Think of yourself like if Aerosmith was going to launch an album, because like I said, I come from the old radio, traditional marketing TV days.
Yeah, right. That's what they would do. They would do a radio tour.
Yeah, and that's what we're doing. And that's what I said. That's why I say, Monty's stuff was so kindred to us because he was the first one that we took on tour. And it just blew up. I mean, we actually, the graphics for the tour are actually people, roadies, loading stuff in a van and saying, okay, make sure you come check out Monty because guess what? We're going to be over, in Florida next week on a show. And then we would load up virtually, get him over to the show in Florida. He'd go on with somebody over there. Then we'd bring him over to the Earth Station 1 network, and he'd go do a show over there, which is in Atlanta, Georgia. Then he would do a live from his own studio, and then we'd ship him over somewhere else. And you're constantly on tour.
Right. No, you take the headaches out of it. Like I know I've done a couple of podcasts before, and if I had the time, I could set up each one. But you guys you set up the dates, the target, you do the promotion, you promote it with them. You just take that problem out of the equation.
We let the creators create.
Yeah.
I guess there's a tagline in and of itself. We let the creators create.
There you go.
People, like I said, we'll send a press release over to Pops. We'll send a press release over to Will and say, hey, guess what? Frank's coming out with another book on the 25th. Let's get this worked out. And then everything's plot. My screen looks like landing planes. I've got all these different creators down one side and all these different podcasts that are on the tour, on the NSC Road Tour down the other side. And we're just connecting the dots. We're saying, okay, they're going to launch on this day. They're going to go on this show, this show, this show, this show, this show.
Are all the podcasts visual like StreamYard? Like I would think that because you're a comic artist, you want to show stuff.
Some are radio, some are
radio.
But you don't think it matters?
Mine are both.
About your book. Yeah, but Will does both. You're just talking about your book. You're talking about, hey, look, I've got this book. This is the concept. This is what the characters are about.
If there's a lot of people listening, what does it matter? Right.
Yeah, and then they're going to get re-downloaded and re-downloaded and re-downloaded. So for Pops and for Will, we do what we call it's NSC Rewind. And we rewind the show, and they're going to play their normal show, and then behind that, we're having their other shows play. So they're always getting play, even though they're not on. They're still getting radio play out there. Guess what? The person that's on the show is still getting radio play.
Yeah, right. That's what's different about the podcast. Between now, you do one radio show, it could play forever, whereas the radio show is just live. That's what's different about now.
Right. And then some of these shows are live, and some of them are pre-recorded. So some of them are recorded, and then 5 days later they'll launch.
Right.
So That's
All right.
all.
Yeah, cool. Let's talk tomorrow or the next day or whenever you have time, and we'll try to figure something out for. If not this one, definitely future ones.
Just definitely shoot me an email. I'll break it down how it works.
Cool.
Now look, guys, hold up. That's my niece. Hi, Tony. That's my niece out in Arizona.
Hi, Tony.
Hey, Tony.
You sweetheart.
That's where Monty's at right now. He's at a show in Arizona, Western.
Yeah, I know. Monty spends a lot of time in Arizona. That's how I found out. That's how I knew about Monty before I ever knew that he was even involved in doing comedy.
Gotcha.
Okay, that's what I mean. It's like that Reaper. That Reaper I won on his Maverick newsletter contest. Yeah, I got some signed Monty on my wall, bro. I know.
Cool.
You know. But yes, Tony, we're just getting ready to go off, sweetheart. But
Yeah, well, yeah. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it, and we'll do it again. I mean, we could do it again. It's definitely fun.
You're more than welcome. And anytime you have something special, like a launch party or a countdown, like the last hour of your Kickstarter, if you want to come out for that last hour and kick it out the park, we do that for you.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that could work. Yeah, that could totally work. Yeah, just you broadcast for the last hour, try to get some last minute backers.
Michael tomorrow morning, same thing. So let me know when yours is ending.
Okay.
We come out for you, dude.
Cool. That sounds good. Yeah, it's 23. I'll give you the date, but yeah, that might work actually. That might be cool.
That's what we want to do. Get everybody every chance you get, Come on, a lot of people like, oh man, I seen that one, and then they forget about it. And if it's not coming out during that last hour and reminding them,
yeah, totally.
I mean, so that's kind of why I like to do countdown parties, just to remind everybody, hey man, this is your last chance, come get some.
Yeah, statistics say it takes 17 times for somebody to see something to sometimes act.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I know. That's why I thought like my first day was going to be better because I was like, oh, I got all these followers. I have Facebook, and I'm going to hit every Facebook page that I have because I have a horror comics page, Horror Illustrated, Asylum Press, and all this stuff. And I'm like, do my newsletter and my other newsletter. I got a bunch of newsletters that went out to everybody in the press release, and I'm like, we raised like 500 like on the first day, and I was like, wow, like that. It was definitely. I expected, more people to come out, but I did, and I did a lot of what I thought you were supposed to do for a Kickstarter, but I think I really just wanted to get this one done, so I wanted to make it easy. That's why it's a sketchbook. Get it done, deliver it, get some followers that are happy, and then do another one.
Yeah. And it's like I said, we're exposure is king in the game right now. Exposure is king. The more people that see it, the more chance you got somebody's going to drop $1 on it.
Yeah.
So this is my goal, is to get you as much exposure as possible.
Yeah,
that's why I hooked up with Kevin. Kevin's like, I love what you're doing. I'm looking at Kevin and I'm like, you're doing what I'm doing to the 50th fucking power. Shut up. I'm like, I was like, yeah, right. You like what I'm doing. You're doing what I'm doing. It's such a bigger level, but
it's everybody together though. It's a collective. And that was the word that was needed.
I need that for my people. I didn't need it for me. I needed that for my people.
Yeah,
I
totally.
need that exposure for you, Frank.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that was, so that's how Kevin and I became friends. It was like, I seen where this is going to benefit everybody in my group. Even if you don't go on podcast one, my group has a channel on NSC Live TV.
Yep.
Okay, so you're still getting exposure through that.
Yeah. What's this segment's actually playing right now on 8 different other podcast networks.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's great.
That imprint is unreal right now.
Can you look at the total collective numbers when you do that, or do you just get them later? Or is it all live?
I've got all kind of different ways to look at data.
Yeah, right.
I've been programming computers since I was 10. And my IT guy, has a master's in science degree.
I used to program in BASIC on the TRS-80. Remember that?
There you go.
Line 10, you put it in there.
I'm gonna get I couldn't find my other one from growing up, but I'm gonna get a TRS-80 and put it on the shelf just for memories. I remember programming on the green screen, and it would draw. I drew an F-14 Tomcat. Was the very first thing I drew.
Yeah, I had a VIC-20. I had a VIC-20, and I had a Commodore 64. And I wish I held on to them. They're like, these are junk. You'll never. And I think the VIC-20 might be worth something today.
I can attribute. I can credit my dad in the fact that he brought me down to Radio Shack, and he was like, I don't know what the newest greatest thing is, but my kid loves to draw. Get him whatever the coolest newest thing is, and let him get after it. And I fell in love with computers since then, and have stuck with it and done Illustrator back when it was like 1.0 or 2.0. I think it's on 11 now or 12.
Right.
So I've worked with Illustrator all these years, Photoshop, Illustrator. Like I said, it just stayed with it. We build all the ads. You'll see all the ads that you see are all ads that we've built, and we build those for the customer, for the creator, right? So we're out there building ads and pushing you, and you're focusing on creating.
Right. It sounds good. It sounds cool. All right, guys. I'm gonna get going. Thanks for everything. Thanks, Pops. Kevin, Will. Let's talk soon, and Kevin, we'll talk soon.
Sure, man. Good, nice meeting you.
All right, guys. Later. Stay safe.
Right.
Later.
Tomorrow night, I'll probably be out here with Karen. We'll be doing that Funko Pop giveaway. So if you have not taken a selfie of yourself with your favorite Funko Pop and posted in Madness, you won't be in the giveaway. But hey, Karen does some awesome giveaways, y'all. She understands what a mystery box is supposed to be. So take a selfie of yourself with your favorite Funko Pop and post it in the Madness.
You got any more leads yet on a Pops Pop?
No, I do not.
Oh, man, we got to make that happen. We got to find somebody that can do that.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine now? He's got the hat. He's got the shades.
And a ball. Well, who said that?
Yeah, that too.
Where'd that come from?
I don't know, but I know it's not 3 a.m. yet because my phone's not going off with the text messages from Kevin yet.
It is.
Oh, there you are.
Hey, you
12:30 though.
My phone. So I normally try to figure out what time zone I'm in when I'm talking to somebody because I get jet lag on my phone just from all the different everywhere. I've gotten to where so many people text me at 1, 2, 3 in the morning. I just send it out, and whenever they get it, they get it. I hope to God I don't wake anybody up. But
my problem is responding. My problem is I'm one of them people that responds as soon as I get a message.
Yeah.
I'm not one of them people that'll let it set for hours, and have somebody going, well, fuck, is he going to answer me or not?
Well, there's a friend of mine that literally takes his phone and throws it in the back of his pickup truck when he gets in because he cannot not answer it. So it's like Pavlov's dog. When it rings, when it buzzes, he's oh, what? I got it. And so he takes he looks off the road. He's reading his phone. So he's got it where he just throws it in the back seat now, and it can, he'll get it when he gets it.
Well, yeah. I look at yours now and just pretend I'm sleeping because I know the conversation's going to last till the sun comes up there, and I'm like,
pretty much. And that's going to be like I said. We were doing the one for God, who was it? We were doing the one for Oscar in Mexico, and Mexico's not that much time difference than us, but Oscar is more of a vampire than I am. I mean, it's 9:37 here, and I've probably got another 2 hours worth of work to do to set up some things. But I would get these messages from Oscar at all hours, and I was just picking with him about that earlier today. I was like, "Hey, man, I hadn't heard from you at 2 in the morning." And then,
what happened?
Speaking of vampires,
damn Comcast!
I told you, I knew it.
I hope you finished those Silverline pages while you were offline.
What do you think I was working on while I was offline? Damn, I'm gonna have to get hold of Rollin, tell him put you to work, man.
Me and Phil talk till all hours of the morning. We'll just both put our phones and set them off to the side, and we're jamming and we're just doing work, right? We're just working. But yeah, when I said vampire, Phil popped up, which was absolutely, you can't time that any better.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, I sent Roland a mess. I sent Roland a DM. I'm like, I'm being a ball buster. I keep busting Phil's balls about getting your pages done every time I see him. And
he probably says good.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, well, yeah. But I said, I go. He thinks you added me on as an extra editor for the book.
So Phil, what about how about them pages?
Damn it, Kevin.
Damn it, I've been converted now.
Gentlemen, it's 4 hours and 38 minutes into this podcast, and I am calling it.
Yeah.
Only because I have to get up and do this thing for Mike tomorrow. So, Phil, glad you come back on.
What time your time are you doing it? Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to program in, because I'm going to be going tomorrow, so I'm going to pre-program in the simulcast tonight before I go to bed. That way it will automatically air for him in the morning.
11 a.m. Eastern time.
11 a.m.
We're
Eastern.
doing it on my feed, though, right?
Yeah, it's going to be on Phil's feed, not mine.
Okay, so it's going to be on Phil's. Okay.
No, not Phil.
Like,
Bill.
It's going to be on Will's feed. I thought you said Phil's feed.
Will.
The reason
like, Phil get a show?
I'm saying that is because I don't have. It's too short a notice to try and lock something in with Tina. I don't know if them guys got something going on tomorrow during the day. I don't want to.
Okay.
Well, plus that way I already wrote it up, so that way it can go through the Outright Geekery Facebook page because we got like 22K, so hopefully we'll pick up enough to get him over the hump there.
Awesome. That'll be we've been just that's one, like I said, I really wish that we would have gotten in the beginning. We jumped in to help him. We've been pushing the boulder, and it's so close right now. It's not even funny.
You got to remember though, also that a lot of people already got this book.
That's the other thing I told him. I was like, it's a repackaging of the same thing. So that's a different sale too. You're right. There's lots of different facets to it, but yeah, we're close though. Even with everything, all things considered, it's still close. It's really close.
Yeah.
It's like what, 600 off or something.
Yeah, I mean, I think that push could possibly get it over the mark.
So how long did you get those cats then?
We'll make sure that gets shared to the madness too.
Oh, I already shared it out.
No, I mean,
yeah, Bill got it everywhere. Can you do me a favor and stick in my IM the main link that you want it going to, and that's the main link. I'm going to twist it around when I stream it out here in a second. Whatever that link is, stick it in the IM, and when I go ahead and compress it, I'll go ahead and put it up that way and put it into autoplay for tomorrow. And when it autoplays, it's going to load on all the different sites. The most awesome thing that's ever come to me lately is automation, because instead of me physically having to be here and share, I can share with you guys offline sometimes. There's all these automation programs now where you can preload everything, and you don't physically have to be there doing it. That's hours of time. There's also programs out there that you drop it in one place and it wraps around to everything else. So it hits your Facebook, your Twitter, your Instagram, everything, all in one drop of a button. But you have to own it, though. You have to own where it's going. In other words, it can be on Pop's physical channel. It's on your own page. It can be on your podcast. It's stuff that you have to run, though. It's not like you can go stick it everywhere else. It has to be what you own. So that's why we have all the different, Facebooks and Instagrams and everything else. And I drop one in for myself, and it populates everything else at once.
Yeah, I get to add the Rumble to that.
Yep.
That's what I was doing today, was popping up content. Takes a long time to get content up on that one.
Yeah. I hadn't played with that one yet.
Well, for me, it's just a backup.
Yeah.
You know who I am.
You guys still got some watchers. You guys still got some watchers going on.
Everybody knows who I am.
What's up, Tony?
I could get shot down. I try not to do anything on the YouTube that would need me to get strikes, but just being who I am, I could get shot down. So
man, our wedding footage got shot down, okay? Because our wedding footage got pulled off of YouTube. I mean, because it had music on there that we were playing our first dance. Got pulled from Facebook. Pulled from YouTube, excuse me. Got pulled from YouTube because it wasn't music that we owned. It wasn't like we were trying to make money on it or do a giveaway or anything else. It was simply the first song that we were dancing to for our wedding, and then down it went.
Hell, I got a YouTube strike against me and Outright Geekery for the same post. They were claiming it was a video that went against their standards, I go, it's not even a video. It hasn't been filmed yet. And it's because it was an episode of Creators Outlet that I was having Chuck Pinot on. And for the art of it, before I said, well, maybe I should use my actual branding instead of just putting up different images all the time.
Right.
And I used, of course, my favorite cover from Belial 2 from Steph Wilson. So apparently YouTube hates titties.
Yeah.
They love penises, but they hate titties. So I had to take it down and put it back up.
Wow.
So, with that all being said, anyway,
So what I miss?
you didn't miss much anything. We talked to Frank. We got Frank on board with Inked Marketing, and got Frank on board with NSC Live TV, and got Frank on board with AA Shopping Network. And, you know, we just introduced Frank to what all is really out there doing, you know, and
so
and
basically
Trish spent more money on her credit card.
The stuff I already did.
well, maybe he just needed to hear it from more than one person.
No, he just didn't have enough time to get a hold of people. He's a busy guy.
Oh, we talked about a lot. We covered a lot of ground. Man, we did.
I showed. I'll have to show you how it works a little later, Phil. But I showed them how to go. You can swap it and go live to a different device, and that's what we're going to do for the Comic Cons, and be able to walk around in our StreamYard deal and be able to go live from the cons, which is one of the things that.
Phil, I meant to ask you when I do Grand Rapids Comic Con. And I do CromCon from the floor. Are you gonna be there carrying my camera, dude?
I might be able to pull that off. We'll see what can happen, man.
I mean, I'm gonna need to know how many press. I'm gonna need to know how many press passes I'm asking for.
All right. Well, as we get closer to that, I'll know a little bit more. You know, I'm still getting things worked out on my end here. So when it gets closer and we see what's going on, then
I'm just letting you know. I'd be like happy to have you walking along next to me with the camera, fucking being my co-host right there live too.
I'm gonna tell you guys something cool before we get off real quick that you're gonna love this. My Brandon Bishop and my IT guy is a comic book fan too, and he goes over to Utah a lot, so he brought me back something he had in storage over in Utah, and I'll have to send you guys some pictures of it. But he said, man, I picked you up a gift while I was there. He said, I want you, you're really going to just love it. I said, oh, man, that's cool. You didn't have to do that. So he shows up a couple nights ago, so we kind of figure some things out, what we got going. And he walks in, and it's all wrapped up. It's all just nice and packaged well, and he starts cutting loose all the bubble wrapping. It is a 1955 Volkswagen Fender. And if you know anything about Volkswagens, 1955 was the last year that Germany built Volkswagens. So that's one thing. So it's this blue 1955 Volkswagen Fender. It's in good shape, but it is wrapped completely in 1950s and 60s comics. It's all been just, plastered over with all these comics, and they've all been sealed onto the film. Now, these were all comics they found in the trunk of the VW. Now, when you spin it around on one of the fenders is Stan Lee's soapbox with his very first talk of the very first Comic-Con. So that is the column, his soapbox, talking about Comic-Con 1, basically. The very first thing that they did is on this fender.
Nice.
Yeah.
So it's crazy. I mean, all the different stuff, and they did everything deliberate on here. In other words, they cut all these up, and I know the comic side of it's going, oh my god, they cut up all these comics, but I'm sure they were in shape that probably couldn't be saved anyway. So, but they've cut out deliberately all these different figures, and they're all intermingled across this entire. It's beautiful, and it's going to be. I got to hang it up here before too long, but it was just.
Next time you show off that Star Wars shelf, you need one of these, brother.
I do. I need to, and I've got, man, there are so many boxes I have to still go. It's not even, my wife and I talked about the other day. We're thinning out stuff because we don't want to move this stuff again.
Yeah, boxes.
Yeah. Okay. That's the same. I'm looking at the same thing over here in my office, and it's crazy because I had two rooms occupied, right? I had the processing room because for Top Dog Comics that we do everything. We processed 3,000 books in the month of October, selling books. So I had all the processing room over there. Well, the kids came and visited us for Christmas. So guess what? Dad loses the processing room. So all that changed. I've got the processing room set up back now. I got all that going again. And I'm in the process of revamping the studio. I've got to put the TV up and get the other desk in here. That way, next time when we do the stuff for Camaraderie, you won't see the background that's behind me now. You'll see a digital background that's behind me with all kind of imagery behind it. So,
Did you
lots
say
of stuff to do. Do what?
Did you say camaraderie?
On 25th, when you see the show on Camaraderie, you won't see this. You won't see this set right here. You won't see the Star Wars He-Man stuff going. You'll see hopefully a digital screen behind me that will have other stuff on it. So
you going green screen on me, dude?
Nope, I'm doing actual. It's a 75-inch flat screen TV that's on a pivotal stand. So when a guest comes on, they'll come on full size like they're sitting beside me.
He's trying to do like the Mandalorian set and shit.
Oh, it's going to be. Well, I'm a techie, so and you're.
Have you seen how they do that? Have you ever seen any behind the scenes for the Mandalorian?
Yes.
Now that they're using that big surround, wraparound LED shit, yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah, we're not that quite complicated, but it's going to be a flat screen. And the cool thing about this TV, it's like the one I have downstairs. You can actually throw your image from a phone to the TV. So a lot of times when I'm watching live shows that we're doing, I've got the live show playing on the big screen, and I'm doing other things while that's playing. So.
Okay, that's
an
Lord. Hold up.
Gotta have the fun facts in there.
Hold up now. If this is the series,
it's not that kind of a con. It's not that kind of a con, dude. It's not a Pete.
We're in the after hours show all of a sudden.
Peter North. I mean, really, Peter North.
One year he threw Pops a surprise bouquet party. You should have seen the look on his face.
If that is really Peter North, that's some funny shit. That's all I got to say. What's up, dude?
Good luck. Good luck.
A new fan.
Welcome to the show.
Look.
One bonus of a flat panel behind somebody when you're doing that is you don't have to worry about that little bits of fringe you get on green screens.
Yeah.
Hey, Peter North got to hang out with Marilyn Chambers. 100% respect. That's all. I can't help it.
Well, Phil, if you're got some more stuff cranking, I'm going to be on for the next 2 hours. If you want to hit my phone up or something, I'm going to throw some stuff up on the screen. I got a couple things to do. So.
Yeah, me too. I'll be up for a bit. So yeah, sounds good, man.
All right, man. Well, you guys take off, and thanks for having me and having everybody. And we'll try to get Mike pushed over the line tomorrow.
Yeah,
we'll be pushing from my side with you guys.
We'll do our best for him, sir.
All right, sir. Enjoyed it.
I'll talk to you.
Bye. All right.
Later.
Everybody, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in as usual to the Monday Madness. Next week on Monday Madness is going to be a unique evening. At 5:30 Eastern, we are going to be doing a launch party for Rich Perota or Incantessi.
Parada.
And then at 8 p.m., Luke Stone is going to be out here, and we're going to be launching the Killing Fields. Hybrids, the Killing Fields. So next Monday is going to be a launch party madness day, starting at 5:30. So don't try to book no extra guests for that, guys. We're doing launch parties next.
Don't we have something coming up besides that before then?
Europe. CromCon Europe. We already talked about that. Yeah, we talked about that before you came back. Because we were trying to leave once before, and then you came back.
We were about to sign off, and then
you were just checking out, Phil, and then it was like, there you were. You were back.
That's what I figured, man. When it finally came, my lights on the modem came back on. I'm like, they're probably not even, well, they might still be in there.
Yeah, well, we never get out of here before.
And then he looked at the screen. Fuck, they're still there.
Like, I better drop in.
This weekend, CromCon Europe for sure. Thanks everybody watching. Thanks for everybody that shares out what we're doing. and helps us promote it. Trish, Mike, people like you that back everybody's books. You guys rock, So just want to say peace to everybody. I will see you this weekend on Saturday. Well, no, I'll see you tomorrow morning, actually.
Yeah, you see me tomorrow morning too.
Yeah. All right. I'll see you tomorrow morning, everybody.
Peace.
Peace out.
Phil, we are doing the countdown for Michael's book tomorrow
Okay.
at 11 a.m.
I will try to make it.
I'm just saying, if you want to come out, I'm sure you're more than welcome. It's Michael Oden, so
Yeah.
we're doing the countdown, the last hour. So
Sounds
be
good.
there. Thanks, everybody. Peace.
Peace.